Is that all?
Yep, that was it.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the Fifth Ward. Go ahead.
I too will not be going into closed session. I think everything that we needed to discuss as far as the legalities of the resolution, I think everything was mentioned in closed session. The question still remains, how are we gonna pay for it? And I think that the CFO would be able to help us with that. So there's no need to go into closed session. I think the residents also would like to know how are we gonna pay for raises. And I'm not against the raises, but how are we gonna pay for it? So I will not be going into closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Anyone else who would like the floor at this time? All right, so seeing as how there's no one else, I will take my time. I will be voting to go into closed session. I do agree with my colleague in the Third Ward that there may be some questions that we do get answers to. We want to make sure, because our job is to protect the city and protect the residents. So we want to make sure that any questions that get answered publicly are things that will not harm the city in any legal way when we begin to talk about legalities. And so I will be voting yes to go into closed session, and hopefully today we will be able to determine a path forward in order to support these employees who support us every single day, who support the city, who support the residents, who help us move forward. Hopefully we will be able to put them at a wage that they feel is competitive enough for them to stay and continue working with our city that we would like to keep control of, because we've learned on the anniversary of this water crisis, we've learned what happens when we do not have control of our city. So if this is what helps us move forward and give raises to those who surely deserve them and keep ourselves solvent, I will be voting yes. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. L. Alleman is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
Are we going into executive?
We will be moving into executive session.
all that junk. Look at that. She coming out. She heard you talking. You gonna come. That's the woman standing right there. A shack. All that junk. And you had like the Mona Lisa. No, you had like the Sister Mary, the priest, come running the road of stone away. Mohammed. I don't know what that girl gave me. You want all that junk. That's all the trick was. Probably one that from the help and good. Put her stuff in it.
The time is now 5:11, and I call the Special Affairs Committee meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. L. Alman is absent. Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It is now time for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council on any subject. The disorderly persons city code section has already been read. Our first public speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is R.L. Mitchell. For the record, good evening, America. Again, from the last City Hall Council. You see what happened to this unprecedented council. They went in the back room to mess with the public again. They don't want the public to know what's going on. And like Mr. Shack said, the city is out of control, and the president didn't say it's out of control. And the other president right there, she was absent last week, her and the school teacher. And they went back in the back room, and Mr. Shack, like she calling the shots. Like the president of the president of the United States, the woman calling the shots for President Biden. But honestly, and another thing, you said don't do, and for Erskine Young, they say he's supposed to be here today. You know, I'm supposed to look, but I feel his presence in the room, but I'm gonna show you how they intimidating us. You remember May's lawyers are still around, but my lawyer is in here, Mr. What is his name? Erskine Young, Marcel Young. Say hello or something, or raise your hand before you can intimidate them, before they make the wrong move. Like they sitting down there early up in Saginaw to fix Saginaw, and you see what happened. Him and the governor got in a trick bag and messed the whole Flint up, but they can act like we ain't running the city, and they can call Governor Whitmer, but you don't know, Governor Whitmer is one of us Flintstones. Now look at her blowing her nose over there. The president, Dr. Lewis, she must have caught a bug over the weekend, her and the school teacher, dealing with them little kids in school. They sneeze and they scared to put it on tell their mom and daddy that this kid's spreading virus, and they ready to take the blame for themselves. Look at them, snipping up and all that junk. I mean, in America, stay tuned, and you're gonna see what happened to Flint. And Miss Priestley got all the money over there looking curious. Curiosity killed the cat. But what's gonna bring you back, Miss Mariasi ain't gonna bring you back with all that money in the, what do you think? And Erskine Young, I don't supposed to look back there, but I feel your president ain't been here in 3 years, and now he gonna show up, you and Miss Priestley, with the money back, looking like Miss Daisy. Who gonna drive Miss Daisy home tonight after the council? All the popos in there. Miss Humpty Dumpty, you fall down and break yourself tonight, who gonna pick you up? And then you'll be Burns. I'm gonna name Tanya Burns, because you up there, you and Mashat, call yourself, and jumping on Miss Muhammad Ali. One ain't must speak up for HIPAA. I just like hate all that early hospital stuff. You think doctors is dumb, don't you? Give us liberty or give us death. Take that. The British gonna come again and they gonna get defeated.
Hi, my name is Melissa Zamsky. I'm from the 1st Ward. I'm enjoying my beautiful donut from Tanya.
Gotta thank her for that. They were awesome. You know, I've missed some meetings and that, and you know, I seen this message under Flint politics from Liddell when she was, you know, playing this music and rip with Eric Mays' with a tombstone and beer and bottles all over it, and that was very disgraceful. And one of the screenshots that I took of your comments was, under my leadership, business is flowing and the city of Flint is progressing. I am the example that shines upon all needing a path forward. Thank you. Now, I'm not quite sure what you're doing for the city. I mean, you haven't done nothing for the residents. You talk about the city, but you don't talk about the residents. That's how you got elected. You don't, you lied to the state police and filed a false police report saying that you were being threatened, saying that you were gonna be killed and raped, and then, you know, you get police escorts. Us residents are paying for your police escorts for a lie, which we should be able to get repaid back for by you to us taxpayers. Because you're not doing nothing for this city. Not you, not Quincy, not Judy, not Candace, and not Eva. None of you are doing nothing for this city. Not one thing have you ever said that you've done for the residents. Downtown, building apartments. Again, who's gonna move to Flint with the crime rate that it is and gonna spend that type of money? Oh, besides, let's not talk about the water still ain't clean. So when you talk about the water ain't clean, the crimes are up, they're not down. And Sleazy Neely needs to stop lying and saying crime is down, because it's not. There's shootings all the time. You hear them. I hear them in the middle of the night. Sometimes I wake up from them. Are you kidding me? But you're moving the city forward. I'd like to see how you're moving the city forward, except costing us residents more money. Thank you.
How y'all doing today? My name is Rich Jones, and I've been talking to some of the people that I guess I'm against. Some of y'all supporters, Ms. Liddell. I've been talking to some of them, and I just made it real simple to them. I was like, we really ain't mad at them for what they doing. It's just the fact that they're leaving us out. And I said it wouldn't have been bad if y'all went 75 towards y'all, 25 towards the people sometime. And like, it wouldn't be so bad what all these people coming up here saying to y'all if y'all would have just put $16 million over into them to help them with their own repairs. Now, when the next set of money come in, don't be all about yourself. Be about everybody. I remember when we had our pastors here. The difference between our pastors from back in the day and today is our pastors always took care of themselves. That always been an objective for them. But they also looked out for the people. It's nothing wrong with what y'all are doing except y'all are not looking out for the people. And for y'all to try to find ways to suppress our voice, and I understand it because Quincy is the only one of y'all that was attending council meetings before they was elected. Quincy probably would be the only one of y'all that would be attending council meetings if he wasn't elected. So, and Quincy know I'm right. 5 minutes wasn't enough. But it been cut to 3. And now y'all want to cut the 3 to 2. And council used to could respond and do a little back and forth with the residents to try to get some issues and stuff together. Y'all want us to come up in here, be quiet after talking for 2 minutes. Y'all don't answer half our questions. If we don't personal attack y'all or don't respond to us, and then y'all sit up here and do garbage and then expect us to be quiet. Come on, man. Y'all gotta believe me. These people are watching y'all, and time will tell. Y'all need to have something good to say when they come knocking on your door. Because right now, I don't think y'all have nothing good to say. Y'all just blessed that they're not knocking on your door. But you should live your life as if tomorrow they're going to knock on your door. Because eventually your door will get knocked on. Ask Puff Daddy. Thank you.
My name is Shirley Key. I'm in the 1st Ward. I don't know my council person. Thank you, 810. I was on your channel this morning, got me out. I like to first say, I've been paying more attention to Saginaw because their mayor is at least helping them with some of this money, getting roofs fixed and other things. I want to say body language says a lot, because when you guys came out and people started speaking, y'all heads went down. So it says a lot, like y'all don't really care about what it is that we're saying. And even though this place is not filled with people sitting in the seat, people know what's going on because we're on social media. And votes matter. Our votes matter, our voices matter, our opinions matter. You want us to vote for things that you want, but when we ask for things, we get no response. And I just pray that things change down here for the better. And yes, it's a lot of shooting that started back over in my area. It's scary. When I gotta hit the floor, it's time for me to go. I'm a homeowner. And we done survived the water crisis. We haven't seen nothing from that. We've been poisoned. We still standing strong with Flint, but we still not reaching out, nobody reaching back. We call and we don't get no answers. We ask, we don't get no response. So how do y'all want us, what is it that y'all want from the residents to let us know that y'all hear our voices? We can't no longer be quiet. We're standing strong. Just like 810 passed the word to me, I'm passing the word to everybody. I'm on social media. I'm telling them everything that I hear, I see, I know, and I want them to get out when it come time to vote and let their voices be heard that way.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Sonia Akins. This is my first time coming before council to speak. First, I want to let you know I'm very disturbed with this council. Liddell, Quincy, Judy, Candace, and Eva. I think it was very wrong for what you did to Eric and what you're doing to Tanya and Mr. Pfeiffer. But anyway, removing council members from their elected seats because they're exercising their First Amendment rights while being transparent with the public is simply wrong. It states clearly in the Flint City Charter on page 11 that a public servant shall not accept gifts. Did you hear that, Quincy and Liddell? Money or gratuities from businesses seeking to do business or doing business in the city of Flint. Council members Liddell Lewis and Quincy Murphy both accepted and are affiliated with businesses seeking to do businesses and doing business with the city of Flint. Council members Liddell Lewis and Quincy Murphy violated the Flint City Charter, page 11, ethics. The resolution presented today, number 240106, resolution mandating disclosure of conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint is nothing more than a cover-up of lawless city council members that line their pockets with monies that was allocated to benefit the resident. Liddell Lewis voted to give her nonprofit that she originated $50,000 and was the fifth vote to do so. She also voted on Ashley Capital to give them $3.5 million and to give them $72 million tax abatement. Quincy Murphy voted to give Ashley Capital $3.5 million, a $72 million tax abatement, and Habitat for Humanity $5 million after he received a lawnmower and gifts in the amount of $4,750. Council member Liddell Lewis and Council member Quincy Murphy did not disclose they received these monies, funds, or gifts from these businesses. Doing business with the city of Flint or seeking to do business with the city of Flint was a direct violation of the Flint City Charter. This resolution today is nothing more than a cover-up for council members have been discussing their alleged illegal activities well over a year as they were asked on the record to recuse themselves from voting. In my 30 seconds, I just want to say it's a shame that our black people, we can't come together for nothing. You know, y'all sit up here and divide yourself. Now, Judy and Eva, they will not go against their own. It's shameful how Candace Machette did Jerry Winfrey Carter on the other week. It's a shame. You are black. You're going to be black till the day you leave here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address
you need to stand
council?
on.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council?
My name is Lana Terry. That's what it is on Facebook. That's what it is everywhere else. So I'm gonna let y'all know this. If y'all hear it in the street, somebody asked me the other day, why is my cousin dead? I said, because of Liddell Lewis, Candace, and Eva. Because what, you say what? Because all the police was down here kicking people out the day we called for a welfare check, and they couldn't do one. So I'm letting you know, I'm not gonna put it on Facebook under no anonymous name. My name is Lana Terry, and I said, y'all is the reason my cousin dead. Wow.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council?
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Matthews, retired social worker from the 7th Ward. So many things to say, so little time to say it. I wanted to talk about these false accusations against Ms. Lewis and Mr. Murphy, but I'll have to leave that for another day. So I want to begin by speaking about the new council rules instead, recognizing the value in the old ones as well. Overall, the proposed changes represent progress, showing a thoughtful commitment to governance and democracy. The provisions on majority rule must be highlighted. They are essential for effective governance. Where there is no majority rule, there is no democracy. However, dissenting voices must also be heard. In that connection, there is one aspect of the proposed amendments I wish to address specifically: the modification to Rule 29.4 regarding public speaking times during council meetings. The proposal to reduce the speaking time for members of the public from 3 minutes to 2 minutes raises red flags for me because of the impact on public engagement and participation. The council's decision to reduce its own speaking times from 2 rounds of 5 minutes to 2 rounds of 3 minutes demonstrates a commendable commitment to efficiency. This change is understandable and supports the council's effort to streamline discussions without significantly limiting the depth of debate. In contrast, the reduction in public speaking times, while seemingly minor, might inadvertently diminish the values we place on public input, including the minority voices on any given issue. Considering that public speakers at our meetings rarely exceed 15 to 20 individuals, the time saved by this reduction would be minimal, yet the cost to public engagement could be significant. Each minute we offer to our residents is a minute where critical issues can be brought to light and valuable perspectives shared. Our city thrives when everyone speaks up and every view is heard. Cutting down speaking times tells us, especially those of us who often disagree, that our voices don't matter as much. But right now, hearing from everyone is crucial. Every single voice adds something special to our city, making our community and our decisions stronger. We must stand up and make sure no voice is silenced.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time?
Good evening. Marie Arbor, candidate for 7th Ward Council seat. Thank you. First of all, I would like to state my agreement with Mr. Doug Matthews as it regards public speaking, and I will speak on that prior to the City Council meeting. I would like to say kudos to the leadership of Saginaw. Their mayor and their council gave $7.8 million for home repairs. They have a population of fewer than 44,000 people. They're on phase 3. Congratulations to them for looking out for their people. Hopefully, the leadership in Flint will get a clue. I would like to speak to 240128, designated videography area. This is a very important issue. There's already been obstructions made with those hideous dividers that give us a physical reminder that you are a divided council. It's difficult for persons who have visual impairment or hearing impairment to be able to read your faces and your body language and add those interpretations to what they might see with closed captioning or through their hearing devices. By moving videographers to the northeast area of this chambers, you're further limiting the opportunities to observe faces and body language. That should not go forward. As a matter of fact, the media, or the press, as it's called in the First Amendment of our Bill of Rights, has the right, full right, to free speech, as we do. Thank you again for those 3 minutes, Mr. Matthews. Our media, which today is quite different from what many of us have grown up with, should have access to the first row, all across the first row, to capture every angle of what's going on, not relegated over to a corner. I ask that you afford them that and not to be subjected to sit in a corner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time?
Good evening, City of Flint. I would like to start out by always mentioning the Honorable Eric Mays that I miss so dearly, and I think most of us do. Yes. Also, I'm missing Councilman Burns, who happens to be, Councilwoman Burns, who happens to be in the chambers. So again, in your paperwork, you persist in writing disorderly persons. Does that include changing your seats at whim, wearing clothes that you want to fight in, gray high-top tennis shoes, changing your seat? I mean, you can't possibly believe what you're reading. You can't, I mean, because you came to fight. You came to fight. Plus, 1,200 people signed a city document stating that they want the removal of one council person. Now, I understand that government creates barriers, and we're certainly creating a lot of them for Flint. And that's why those 1,200 people, we have to go visit them again. That's BS. So hiding behind purses, lowering your seat so that you can't be seen, Requesting partitions to be separated is not what I want my council person doing. On your council 240104, I would like for you to consider including repeated sex offenders that are friends with administration, be added to that, because there is no cure for fixing a repeated sexual offender. But that was left out, just like you left out Martin Luther King when it came to the garbage. You know, you're just showing repeated incompetence. Just repeated. You're not thinking critically. So in terms of number 240106, did we think about the conference in Iowa that has nothing to do with the city of Flint? Nothing. And Ms. Terry, when you speak, I always think of you caring for your children, as we should all of our children. The antics of changing seats and wanting to fight is nothing that any of us want to see. And I honor you for coming back, Mrs. Terry, and speaking to these kinds of issues. On item 240120, I think you should rebid that out. See if we can get a better price. And here we go, 240125, Ashley Capital. Does this council love Ashley Capital or what?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the council at this time? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the council at this time?
I can't hear
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the council at this time?
Oh, no.
Your turn, sir. Go ahead.
But you're such a rude person. Gee.
Yes, she is.
Good afternoon, Council. Lions, 5th Ward. I'm going to be very brief. Ms. Burns should be in her seat. Ms. Mushat, you owe Ms. Winfrey Carter an apology. Oh, she's gone. But Eva, the best thing you've done since you've been in council is decide to resign. Congrats. I wish you well. And I'm not going to even, the deal with you would be wasted energy, so I'm going to leave it at that. Have a good one, and I wish you butterflies, daffodils, and all that other stuff.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time?
Yep. My name is Audrey Young Muhammad. I'm here representing myself from the 2nd Ward. I'm also here representing 810 News Media Group, which I am a part of. I'd like to start out by the little bogus messages that's been sent out with the threats toward 810 crew by one person on Facebook, in which Liddell Lewis often shares this person's comments and comment on this person's Facebook page. But this same person is threatening and putting a $sign on what they can do to the people that work for, or that people that's on 810 News Media. And this is what we have before us, as somebody who's condoning a person who's threatening other folks out here in the community. Screenshot, the message has been taken. It's been screenshot. So I'm letting you know, we know that, and put it on notice that we know that. So if something happened to anybody on 810, they coming for you too. They coming for you. Yep, they coming for you. We already know about what you like to do. We've already heard the stories about your bully tactics and all that stuff from when you was in high school, when you liked to play basketball and all that stuff, so you done carried it on. Yeah, right. You right. You said it correctly. Right. Sitting up there, what you looking like? You want to come up here and try to mess with somebody. Y'all know y'all receive gifts. I work in the health industry. I can't receive no gift for nothing. If a person could offer me even a bag of chips, I got to turn it down, because that's considered to be a gift. You don't take gifts from your clients. That's lawless. That's illegal. And that's what you all have done up here. You all have also done something illegal by removing Tanya Burns by not even having a hearing before you removed her. So every one of y'all that voted for it, look for it, because it's going to be coming to your door. And then you want to still silence her? She can't speak in public. She's a resident of the city of Flint. Tanya, you should be up here at this podium speaking with everybody else. No, you should be up in that seat speaking with everybody else, because that's where you're supposed to be. They shouldn't have been removing you. They know that they did something that was illegal. All of the smirks and all that stuff. Like you say, people come up here to the podium to speak, and y'all having sidebar conversations while they speaking. That's disrespectful. That is very disrespectful. Looking down so you don't have to look up at them. Constantly looking down. Look at Candace. She can't even look up and don't want to look up because she knows she should be ashamed of what she's doing. Even her own family and her employer tell her that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council?
Well, good evening, council. My name is Tia Harris, member of the First Ward, and I'm a resident of the First Ward. I want to speak specifically to these proposed amended council rules. I have issue with a lot of things that are proposed in here, but let me speak specifically to the parliamentary authority. Specifically Rule 1.2. Now, based upon the now president of this council, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, it is, in my opinion, that she does not have enough emotional maturity, nor does she have enough intellectual capital, nor does she have enough mental fortitude to handle this level of authority that you all are proposing to give to her. Her record served on this council thus far shows that. So I take issue with that. In my opinion, it's as if you're trying to, instead of having a democracy, form a dictocracy, a word that I like to make up, dictocracy. You're trying to dictate as opposed to it being a democracy. I take issue with that. I also take issue with the fact that these are our chambers. We paid the money for these chambers to be redone. And how dare you all sit in here and try to disenfranchise the residents by moving our chairs back because you're scared. How dare you try to disenfranchise the member of the media because you're scared. Because you guys do not have, like I said, the emotional intelligence or the emotional maturity to conduct yourselves like adults. The majority of you don't. And I'm talking about, let me make it clear, Liddell Lewis, Quincy Murphy, Judy Priestley, Candace Mushat, and Eva Worthy. Those are the ones that I'm talking about in particular. How dare you on our tax-paying dollars? How dare you? But I tell you what, he who laughs first, laughs last. Wait on it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
James Moore from the Second Ward. I'd like to address towards the 9th District. Mrs. Eva Worthy, I'd just like to say that the work that she has did over in her district has stood out, even though in other parts of the city it may seem like she don't care. But she has stood up for her people, and that's what you're supposed to do when you're representing in your area. And the street that I'm talking about is Miller Road, which is the smallest road in the city of Flint, running between Ballinger, and I can't quite pronounce it, but I know she'll get it right, Hamburg Road or Hamburger Road, however you may want to put it, you know. But to show you what I'm talking about, you look at Court Street, they did a decent job over there. They tore the street up, they put new infrastructure in, they put a new road in, but they didn't do like over in the 9th Ward. They tore the road out, they put new pipes in, they put a new road in, and they put new driveways in, and they got new sidewalks. And if they wasn't all the way complete, they at least did half of them. That's more than what we get. We got Welch done, and it's a cover-up. It's already cracking. It was did last summer, and nobody got no new pipes put in. You know, nobody got their driveways fixed. Over there on Milborn, they got a few of them, be gold. But my point that I'm trying to say is, Flint, we got to stop accepting half-done jobs. We got to, because it's bad that they spend the money and they know they're spending it the wrong way, and we say, but it's a lot smoother. It's a fill-in. Hell, if it's cracking, it's gonna break. So we need to take care of that, and I got some more things I'll say later. But either way, I just want to close out with this here. You are a teacher, and when you get with the other four that normally go along with you, teach them to remember their people, because that's what your people are going to remember about you, because I know that they are going to appreciate Miller Road, because they are the richest folks in the city of Flint, and they damn sure got what they wanted.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
My name is A.C. Dumes, and I'm a resident of the city of Flint. And I heard some of the speakers, some of them I agreed with, and some of them I did not agree with. First of all, I want to talk about due process. Quincy, when they were calling you, but you had due process. You could go before that board down there and give your grievance why you shouldn't be processed. There was a hearing, Liddell Lewis. You had due process. The fundamental basic of law, the foundation of jurisprudence, is called due process, which states a person is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Not guilty until proven innocent. That's what you all do. Tanya Burns has a right. There was no due process. Eric Mays had a right. There was no due process. Due process. She has the right of a hearing, a public hearing. You just can't get 5 of you all get mad one day and write a resolution. We're going to remove Pfeiffer for saying shut up. No, you just can't do that. That's freedom of speech. I just want to say that it's wrong. You know, you have 240106 talking about conflicts of interest and those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint. You all should have thought about that when you was getting money from Ashley Capital and all like that. It's already done. You can scrap that because the federal government says you can't do it. Look at all the cities now. Their elected officials are going to jail. I just saw one where the city council, where the mayor got on the city council and filed a complaint with the FBI. It's my understanding that the FBI was here Friday. I'm just hearing what I heard. I don't know it as a fact. And then all of a sudden this pops up. But listen, they already got the information. They are, and the videos. It is a shame and a disgrace. And let me say this in my last 10 seconds. How many of you are pleased with this city council? How many of you are not pleased with the city council?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time? Point of order. Who was that from? The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the 9th Ward.
According to council rules, a council member may not speak in public speaking.
We will have order in the chambers or we will clear out the chambers. Please allow me to rule on, this is your first warning, Ms. Muhammad. I sure will. That's your second warning. That's your second warning.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I appeal the ruling of the chair not allowing Councilwoman Burns to speak.
The chair didn't even rule. Everybody started screaming.
I'm sorry, I could not even hear, so, okay, I withdraw my appeal.
I literally asked her what was her point, and that's all that happened.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order. Point of order.
Is there an officer in the room? Ms. Muhammad has received her second warning, and she's still sitting here.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
You gave her one.
Madam Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
She has received her second warning. That's fine.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. Our disorderly subsection says what it says, so go ahead.
When did she receive her first warning?
When y'all started all that yelling, if they wouldn't have been yelling, they'd have heard it. It's not a back and forth between you and I either.
Point of order.
Officer, remove her.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
Our councilman, Winfrey Carter,
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, appeal your decision. You have to ask, is there a second?
She received her first warning. There was no appeal, so she received her second warning.
I'm only speaking to.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
You did not state that she had a first warning.
I
You
did.
got to
Y'all,
point
everybody
that out.
was yelling, and she said, that's fine.
did not hear
She
that.
literally heard me because she yelled back at me about the first warning.
Madam Chair, we must do things fairly and correct.
That's absolutely right. Please remove her, and I'm not asking again.
Madam Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
She gonna ask for
According to the disorderly person subsection, which you need to read, says any person who prevents the peaceful,
No, you
orderly
need
conduct
to
of any
ask
meeting
if
will be
there's a
given
second.
one warning.
No,
she
you
got her
need to
first
ask
warning.
if there's a second.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point, Councilman Murphy?
My point to you is, my colleague asked, she appealed. You just need to ask whether there's a second.
That's fine, and according to this disorderly person subsection that was read at the beginning of this meeting, since y'all want to follow rules so tough, it says they will be given one warning. She got her first warning.
Point of order. My point to you is.
I tell you what, this meeting is in recess until this issue can be resolved.
Hold on, my point.
I'm not doing that.
I object.
I object to a recess.
But y'all are not following rules.
I object to do a recess.
That's fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, I heard you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just point of order. I hear what you're saying, but
My point-
every decision of the chair is
My point.
subject to.
Do you hear what I'm saying about the fact that she did get her first warning? She
My
yelled
point-
back at me about her first
No, I
warning.
hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Point-
But every decision, you made a
Point of
decision to give
order.
her a second warning, that is appealable by the
Okay.
rules.
Are you going to second her appeal?
Point of order.
All right. So
Point
appeal
of
has
order.
been made and properly seconded.
Hold on, point of order. In all due respect of my colleague Pfeiffer, what I asked for was a point of order to clarify Councilwoman Winfrey Carter appeal. So you were supposed to clear out my point of order first.
Your point of order was cleared out.
But my colleague just said the same thing that I said.
If he says point of order, I have to acknowledge his point of order. I can't not acknowledge his point of order.
But what I'm saying to you in all due respect is when I said point of order.
He said point of order while you
No.
were still talking, so I had to acknowledge his point of order. Did you not hear me say, oh, sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, I hear you?
Hold on. So I don't know if you can do a point of order without clearing the first point of order.
Y'all do it all the time, so now we can't?
So all I'm saying is when I did the point of order, I just wanted you to clear out my
He said point of order literally while you were talking, so I had to acknowledge his point of order.
But I don't think his point of order should supersede my point of order because I did a point of order and
Do you hear what I'm saying about the fact that y'all do this all the time and then you go right to the next person's point of order?
I'm just trying to get you to understand that I called a point of order because she appealed your decision to give her a second warning. And when she appealed you, all I was saying to you is you needed to ask for a second. That's it. You went into talking about her being disorderly, and that was not germane to the appeal that my colleague.
He said point of order, which is why I had to stop and say, I hear you.
My point to you is, just like he said point of order, I said point of order first.
He said it after you, which means I had to stop. Keep in mind, what does our rule say about a point of order? That the point of order takes the floor.
What I'm trying to get you to understand.
I hear what you're saying, but the point of order takes the floor. He took the floor when he said point of order.
I don't think you can do his point of order over mine without clearing mine up first. And mine was that Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter appealed your decision, and when she appealed your decision, all other discussions should have been ceased, and you should have asked for a second.
Here's the thing.
That's the
he
only.
He called a point of order immediately after Quincy. So his point of order took the floor. I acknowledged his point of order.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Please allow our colleague in the third ward to finish his sentence before speaking over it.
I heard his sentence, and I was trying to explain that he talked, that Dennis called a point of order right in the middle of that.
What I'm trying to help you with.
I understand. I did handle your point of order. You didn't hear me say that is correct, so there's an appeal. Are you seconding it?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part. Because I heard him say point of order and say the same thing that I was saying. That
And I
we
said
did
he
not-
is correct.
Okay.
So are you seconding it?
Okay.
Literally what I said.
We good. We good. All right.
Discussion. Anybody like the floor? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor. Can you talk into your mic so
Yes.
they can hear that you're talking?
Point of order, real quick, before discussion.
What's your point of order?
I think you have to clear up her point of order about allowing him,
She dropped it.
Oh, sorry, there's a lot going on.
I know, I'm
can't hear.
cheering and I'm paying
I can't hear.
attention.
Okay.
So, whole corner over there still yelling out. Still yelling out even with your warning. You're still yelling out. Even with your warning, you're still yelling out. Even with your warning, you're still yelling out. Even with your warning. Even with your warning, you're still yelling out. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. It was objected to. No, it was objected to. And if you paid attention, you would have known it was objected to. Clearly not. She is screaming out. I've asked you to remove her, and you're not removing her. She is still being disorderly, yelling out.
Where are we?
I got money to get out. And I got a whole bunch, and I'm going to sue you along with
Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. Murphy?
Can we continue with this meeting so we can go on in?
No, because she's yelling and it's disruptive.
Point of order.
What's your point, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
What's the holdup?
No, we're not. We had to wait for her to clear the chambers. And it's my understanding that Ms. Worthing, you withdrew? Okay. Proceed.
I thought that Councilman Pfeiffer was.
He said he was done. He said he didn't want the floor.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
During a appeal, the person who makes appeal gets the floor first, so you would get the floor first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
All
have
right. You know what? This is ridiculous. First of all, I'm going to just say this. Chairperson Machette, you have a very nasty attitude. A nasty attitude. Give our residents latitude when they step up to this podium and they're trying to finish their thoughts. Very nasty. And it was nasty for you to give Sister Muhammad a warning, and she didn't even hear the warning. I didn't hear the warning, her first warning. That was very nasty to give her a warning after all of the confusion over there. No one could hear what was going on. So how is she warranted a warning? And now she's on a second warning? Learn how to chair the meeting. I'm tired of it. It's nasty. We should never weaponize the police against our residents. All you needed to do was say, let me clear up these points of order. You should ask the resident to please calm down and let you think about what's going on and clear it up without giving our residents warnings. See, y'all just don't understand, but you're going to understand real soon. The residents are the ones that appoint you or elect you for these seats. They are the ones that elect you for these seats. And this is their chamber. This chamber is for the taxpayers and the residents. And you guys better start realizing that. You better start realizing it. But see, the problem is this. The residents, they don't respect you. They don't respect you. You better start gaining the residents' respect. I'll be voting against the decision of the chair. Thank you.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So this is for the appeal or for Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, let me make sure I do that clear and, you know, don't mess it up so I won't get fussed at. So here's the deal. Although I don't support the appeal, I support if my colleague appeal that we ask, is there a second? What we just heard with Audrey Muhammad, and there are times that I'll support Audrey and there are times that I won't. This behavior that Audrey is displaying is not professional to me, and I'm not saying residents need to be professional, but there's some decency and order that we must conduct ourselves in when we come to this council chamber, and blurting out and hollering out how Audrey Muhammad was doing is not what it looks like. And although I was on that side prior to being elected, we was not out in the audience just hollering out. I think we probably was during a water crisis when the emergency manager was here doing what he was doing, because we wanted them out of there. But far as all of this just hollering out and just speaking over the chair, that's completely out of order. And although this is the people's chamber, it is not the people's right to come in here and speak in the audience when they 3 minutes and they ain't at the podium and they not one elected official up here. So regardless of whatever my colleagues say and keep saying and keep emphasizing this is the people's chambers, it is the people's chambers, but it's also some rules that we must follow when we come up in here, and hollering out how she just did in the audience and consistently hollering out and disrupting the meeting is not what it looks like. And then we want to call ourselves professional and say we teach and we this and we need to be this and that. Well, we need to hold these residents accountable too. And when they come to this meeting, they need to come to this meeting and conduct themselves with some decency and then some order until we put our foot down. And regardless of when people come and hit that podium and try to call us out and call us all kind of names, let them. They talked about Jesus, so let them talk about us. Let them exercise their right when they hit that 3 minutes and say whatever they want to. But when you in the audience like that and you speaking out, it is the chair's responsibility to put them and bring them to order. And if some of my colleagues don't like that and don't like what that look like, well, that's on you. But for me, my vote is going to support the chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. This type of behavior would never be acceptable in any court of law. And we should, again, we should respect these chambers, because what takes place in these chambers is what upheld in the court of law. I don't mind looking at your back. I prefer that, so I don't have to look at your face. I'm okay with that. So, because, again, that's rude. Very, very rude. But as we continue, what we just witnessed was total disorder. She told you after she continued to yell out, after you gave her a warning, she said, I don't care, keep giving me warnings. Then you gave her a second warning. I don't know how we missed that. And it's unfortunate that our colleague in the Fifth Ward continued to make these frivolous appeals, and they continue to get seconded. And then she want to call the president mean and nasty. Most everything that came out of Ms. Winfrey Carter's mouth was mean and nasty. Stabbing, what was she doing? She was saying that she was going to stab a colleague's tires. That's mean and nasty. When you came up here and you were telling the chair to shut the hell up, that was mean and nasty. So mean and nasty should not come out of the Fifth Ward councilwoman's lips. If they want to stand up and turn their back and put up signs, that's fine. As long as you don't violate the disorderly party city code subsection or the council rules, you may do as you wish. There is no law against standing up and turning your back. There's no laws against holding up signs. But it's a full law against being disorderly, and that behavior will not be tolerated in these chambers. So please enjoy the view of the back of the room as we maintain order in these chambers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Anyone else? Seeing as how there is no one else that would like the floor, I will go ahead and take my time to speak. I'm not moved by anything Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter says because she is committed to being an obstructionist, so I do not care. I gave Ms. Muhammad a warning to which she immediately yelled back at me, so what, she didn't care about her warning and to continue giving her warnings, which is why she ended up with the second warning. So what we're not gonna do is rewrite history, rewrite what's clearly on camera for everyone to see. She received a second warning because she was still yelling about her first warning. And as far as all of these, all this conversation about a chair and how someone's chairing, again, Ms. Winfrey Carter, not an expert because she had an opportunity to be a leader and be a chair. She didn't take it. She can't give advice for something she wasn't willing to step up to. Don't care. Don't even care even slightly. And everybody sitting up here putting this battery in your back got you thinking you're right. You enjoy being wrong. But what will be right is people following the rules in the chamber. She was asked to stop yelling out. She kept yelling out, so then she got a warning. After she received that warning, she continued to keep yelling about that warning. You can't, and if you want to keep defending it as though that's okay, fine. But also, according to the disorderly person subsection, that second warning is not necessary because this subsection says any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. One warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. So actually, after that first warning, there is no second warning that has to be given. She can be removed if she continues after that first warning. So this thing that y'all have in your mind that somebody has to get a second warning, completely incorrect. That first warning is your warning and your only warning. That is our disorderly person's subsection. And so everybody that keeps quoting it incorrectly, let me help you get it correct. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Said it again just in case the court of law needed it, because as already stated, nobody's rights were violated. She was brought to order, refused to stay in order. So that's where we are with this. Roll call, Madam Clerk. We're voting on, I don't know what we're voting on because she's been removed, so.
Let's vote.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Mr. Murphy.
Could you explain the vote yes and the vote no before we do roll call?
Yeah, the yes will overturn the chair, the no will uphold the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Ms. Lewis? No. Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because she shouldn't have been removed until after this vote.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Alleman is absent. The vote is 1 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 1 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. Now we will continue on with public speaking. There was a motion which was withdrawn by the maker of the motion. We will continue on with public speaking.
First of all, I'm not even up there. Y'all got a whole mess. A whole mess. It is. Councilman Mays has went on, he's been laid to rest, and you still have a whole mess, which tells you it's the people sitting in those seats. I'm going to be very clear because I take my First Amendment right seriously. Eva Worthing in the 9th Ward, you tried to violate my First Amendment right. You need to understand, according to the U.S. Constitution, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So I want to, the community needs to understand who was trying to stop the process. And Attorney Kim made a good decision because my attorney said, this is the gift that just keeps on giving with the nonsense. Y'all don't follow laws, y'all lawless. Candace Machat, you are the interim person temporarily placed in that seat. You are unhinged. You are out of control. You are angry, and you have chosen to weaponize the police against the residents. You are argumentative and disrespectful to your colleagues. You warrant no respect from anyone because you don't give it. You did nothing to earn that seat, but have 5 people vote for you, and I'm quite sure Councilman Pfeiffer would take that vote back today. You have lied consistently. You said you didn't call him a slithering snake. You did, repeatedly, all the time. With or without the slither, you normally drop your seat down. You don't even look at the residents because you don't care. You're there for an agenda all for your own. That's it. You putting out residents who haven't even put you in a seat yet. You forget who you're working for. When it comes to Rule 27.2, Candace Machat, you should have put yourself out. Underneath 27.2, you cannot become argumentative with no person in the audience for no reason. You were argumentative. You so worried about this corner, what these people doing on this side of the room, that you probably need to read what the First Amendment is and those rules in the council rules. You are dictating them wrong. You're a terrible chair. You so rude to Ms. Winfrey Carter, it's a shame. Just disrespectful. When it comes to, I'm going to speak to 240106, mandate disclosure of conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the City of Flint council members. This should have been done. Y'all already voted on your own $50,000, Liddell Lewis. I'll be back for my other 3 minutes because you couldn't stop me. You're going to prison.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
You just like to hear yourself talk. Woo! Man, I ain't even want to get up here tonight, but I just had to come up. This is like mental illness going over there in the 7th Ward. Think you having a breakdown. Liddell left. Ooh, Priestley started talking strong. And you just need to get off the council because you don't see nothing. Oh, what's going on? I didn't hear, you get out. And I just can't wait till y'all is out of here. I'm gonna do a couple cartwheels in the basement, and I have a pond with some piranhas in it. Come take a dip. One, he ain't here, but I told him when he was here, he bought and paid for. Come take a dip. 2, 3, 4, and 7. And you already gone, Worthy. You're not even worth talking to. Good night. Oh, and Quincy, we try to treat you right, but every time you get the mic, well, they don't know when they speaking the motives. You don't know what they gonna say. You speaking of their motives. So you just say what you gonna do. Keep repeating the same thing. What? And y'all tickle me. How y'all try to act like we not gonna vote for Elamine on the first go. Liddell talking to Quincy. What? Oh, Elamine. You see what I'm saying? This is a shame. Before God and Mushat. Ooh, President Trump said, you a nasty woman. And boy, this is wild. I just can't wait till y'all get off. And we have Burns, Winfrey Carter, Pfeiffer, and some more people that want to work with the people of Flint. They messed us up with that water. Now we got the ARPA money. Y'all don't want to do nothing but take care of your friends. These people come up here, they say, hey, just carry a couple of pieces of paper up to the podium and ask for $150,000. They gave it to me. I got my check last week. You see what I'm saying? These people come up here, that road guy. How many houses? 32%. You either got 1 house or 2 houses or 500 houses. Well, you know what? I didn't bring that with me. And then y'all keep saying the same thing with Mr. Edwards and the whole administration. They want to give y'all some 10 minutes. Well, I'll get back to you. No, if y'all was cohesive when they bought that stuff to you, you wouldn't vote on it. They'll get it in when y'all have time to look it over. But y'all too busy trying to have these people that come up and ask for $490,000 to take data about breastfeeding, prenatal care, and car seats. And they felt right at home. Come on, we're gonna get that $500,000. And that other lady, whatever she is, they keep running up here, bringing the folks that ask for the money. You know, well.
Thank you.
I
Your
think I
time is
said
up.
enough.
Thank you.
Y'all know where I'm coming
Thank
from.
you. Is
finna
there
give me a
anyone else who
warning?
wishes?
No,
Your time is
no,
up.
you wait till I finish my
Your time.
sentence.
No, I'm not
Yes,
waiting
you
for
are.
you.
Yes,
This
you
is
are.
your first warning, and you're being disorderly. This is your first warning. Your time is up.
Come on with it.
This is the thing. The next person is ready. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
My name is Pastor Linda Anthony. I live in Ward 1. I want to first say, I'm sorry to God. I am so sorry that we acted this way. I am so sorry, God, that you have blessed us to have dinner today and come down here and just act a fool before your face. Lord, I'm asking your grace and your mercy on us this day in Jesus' name. Lord, I'm asking you to fix all that need to be fixed. Asking you to turn things around. People mad with who they voted in, we voted them in. So now we got to deal with it. No, we don't. Yes, we do. They ain't going nowhere. They're right here. So we can pray and ask God to be with our council members. We can ask God to change some things. If we don't like it, we can take it before a higher power. His name is Jesus. We can pray to God and say, Jesus, help us, because we need help. We are not getting anywhere. I sit in here, and I have sit here quietly. And God, I had to sit there and pray. Because we are all rude. There's no need in that. This is a place to come and teach. What if I wanted to bring my kids down here to hear how this thing is run? I can't bring my kids down here and people being rude all the time and cussing and carrying on. We got to do better. This thing has got to do better. We've been blessed. We've been blessed to come down here, to even have these chambers, to even have to be able to speak. It's people in different countries and cultures don't get this chance. These people running from over to the border trying to get over here to be free. And we have freedom. And we've been fed. We can go to the store anytime we want to and get some groceries. We can do what we want to do. For now, we're not sure how long that's going to last. Coronavirus came in and scared them all. Come on, y'all. We can do better. We got to do better. God is watching us. The God I serve is omnipotent. He is everywhere. And we need these blessings. We need to be blessed. In order to get blessed, we got to respect one another, and we got to treat each other right. Man, we ain't got to do this. This ain't how God wanted it. Y'all, we gonna get it right. We're going to get it right in Jesus' name. We are going to get it right. I mean, we are. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council?
Yes, my name is Lottie Durrett. I just want to say that I understand rules and policies, but you have to follow. When you sitting up there and you the leader, you have to lead by example. Y'all tone of voice is very disrespectful. It doesn't matter what I do, because I'm just sitting out here. Remember, these chairs that y'all hold supposed to be held to a high position. So you can't look back at me and then say, she yell, I'm gonna yell. You can't tell me to follow a rule that you're not following yourself. You getting back what you giving. You're not gonna spit on me and tell me it's raining when I know better. Just because I raise my voice don't mean you raise yours. Have order for yourself first. First, self-accountability. Y'all done laid down all these rules about who can say, who can do, when y'all violate them yourself. Are you going to tap yourself on the shoulder and be like, yeah, I was wrong, I was out of pocket, let me recuse myself from this meeting? You're not. So don't keep calling the police every time somebody have one or two words to say. This is a public meeting. This is people's right. This is where we go to speak. This is why we have our differences with y'all. So you gotta take a little, because we ain't getting nothing. So we mad. We understand this. We upset. If y'all can name 10 things that y'all have did for these people in the last month, no, 10 years, no, 3 years, no, 2 years, in the last year that y'all have given the residents of Flint, we'll back off. Besides a $300 water bill that the mayor gave. I'm saying you particularly. I'm saying you, not your foundation. I'm saying you particularly. What have y'all done for the people? Have you looked at yourself and be like, yep, Lord, I'm proud of myself. I helped this block fix this pothole. I helped this lady and her children that could. No, I don't see nobody up here thanking y'all, though. I see one person get congratulated, 3, 4, maybe on what they do. It ain't many of y'all people coming. I ain't never heard nobody say, Candace, thank you for saving my home. Never since you've been on council. So let's not go there. It was one person, and Mr. Murphy made a statement. Mr. Mays was saving some houses. One person he gave credit to for saving some houses, and now Miss Tanya and Miss Renfrey and Mr. Dennis is taking all this load over. We don't trust y'all, we don't care for y'all, and we know y'all feel the same. Get yourself in order. Self-accountability, that's the word today. The word for today is self-accountability. Tap yourself, check yourself, look in the mirror. You know you be wrong. The rules apply to y'all too. So when you get loud, Ms. Winfrey should put you out with the police like you do us. Stop weaponizing the police because y'all make us hate them. And they shouldn't run to y'all until it's really, really needed to be done. Somebody can say, hey, shoot, there ain't no reason to throw nobody out. Miss Liddell always looking at a reason to put somebody out. That's picking with people and that's bullying, and y'all weaponized. Get yourself together.
Thank you.
And y'all have a nice day. Thank y'all, everybody. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Hi, my name's Dave Garden in the 1st Ward. I just want to say that Mays is gone but not forgotten. So if you councils can do anything, you see how they put BB's picture on a bus? Why come you can't do that for Mr. Mays? He used to catch the bus here. He used to catch the bus here. So why come you can't? I ain't talking about using Arbor money. You know how y'all do that. Y'all give it to these other people, but it's a way that you could find out to go to the bus station, whatever, and get some money to put his picture on a bus stop on Detroit Street, Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? Do that. If you don't do nothing else for anybody, do that for him. Okay? And second thing is, I didn't get the understanding of the trees and concrete being put in. I didn't know if he was up here to ask for more money or to release the money to do that with. But I want to say that 50-50 thing, that doesn't work. I had 14 one time needed to be put in. So I had to give half of that to the company to get it put in. I did it on my own. And I was lucky because I was blessed, I knew how to do it. But what I'm saying is, why the city can't use the city workers to put those walkways in? Not to cut the trees, but put the walkways in. Why they can't use them to do that? I mean, they all know how to do it. I've been with the city a long time. They know how to put them in. So because that's a lot of money. And I think the workers can use it more than these contractors can, okay? And kudos to the one talked about Saginaw. They doing it up. Man, Saginaw doing it big. They just had another thing on this morning about how they getting ready to put these windows in, you know. That's a shame we can't do that. And as far as doing the walkways, do the houses. How's it gonna look like the walkways is beautiful, but you ain't got no windows. You don't have a roof. Now, do that make sense? You know, it doesn't make sense, you know, but you say we're responsible for the walkway. Hell, we're responsible for our house too. But it's raining in somebody's house. The wind is blowing through the windows. They got plastic up to them. Come on, people, let's get it together. You know, stop giving that money out and give it to the people who need it. And I wish I had more time, Quincy, because I'll talk about you trying to give money to these people that lost their house, man. They had 3 years to pay their taxes. I feel for them, but they got 3 years to pay their taxes. If they don't pay their taxes, they lose their house.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Billy Dantzler, and I am from the 6th Ward. And I just want to piggyback on my neighbor who spoke earlier in regards to our 6th Ward council person being removed from her seat and silencing the voice of the people here in the 6th Ward. Removing council members from their elected seat because they're exercising their First Amendment rights while being transparent with the public is simply wrong. It states clearly in the Flint City Charter on page 11 that a public servant shall not accept gifts, money, or anything of that nature. Anything from businesses seeking to do business or doing business in the city of Flint. Ashley Capital, Sarvis Park. Councilmember Liddell Lewis and Quincy Murphy both accepted and are affiliated with businesses seeking to do business and doing business with the city of Flint. Ashley Capital and Sarvis Park. Ashley Capital and Sarvis Park. Ashley Capital and Sarvis Park. Did I say Ashley Capital and Sarvis Park? The resolution presented today, number 240106, resolution mandating disclosure of conflict of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint is nothing more than a cover-up, 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 nothing more than a cover-up. Did I say nothing more than a cover-up? Lawless city council members that lined their pockets with money that were allocated to benefit the residents. Dr. Liddell Lewis voted to give her nonprofit that she originated $50,000. 50 G's, 50 big ones, 50 rack stacks, and was the 5th vote to do so. She also voted on Ashley Capital, there their name again, Ashley Capital, to give them $3.5 million. Did I say $3.5 million? And to give them a $72 million tax abatement? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time? Seeing none, it's now time for council response. Is there anyone who would like the floor at this time? Is there anyone who would like the floor at this time?
Nobody heard you say last call. So
Okay.
Good evening, praise the Lord. How you all doing today? I'm here in behalf of Eric Mays, Jr. Eric Mays was worried about the money. He used to be city councilman, and he come with Mayor Don Williamson. So when we had the thing at the church, he and Don Williamson, they the one signed instead of me signing. So they got that money. The other money is through the schools, for the school. Nobody told that all the grants, they come through the East Ridgeway Neighborhood Improvement Block Club organization, and the mayor come through the mayor office, then they come to the city councilman. Mays was asking about the money, but Darrell Buchanan, which he was city council, then he came to be the mayor of Don Williamson with him. So I'm here to get that straightened out. And nobody, Mays was sick. He didn't, the mayor, or nobody saying the mayor, going around saying the mayor is the cause in his death, but that's not true. He had a long time illness that what millions have, all millions mostly have. That's what's wrong with Eric Mays. So they going around lying, that's not true. Mays was city councilman because of me, of the East Ridgeway Neighborhood Improvement Block Club. Nita Brown and I, we are the ones the cause of him being in office today when he was here. I carried him. He worked hard out there in the community. No man works, according to the scripture, he don't eat. And he asked me a question. He said, well, what am I supposed to do? I said, you have to work in the community before you can come to be city councilman. Anybody. I said, cause I'm Jesus only. I work for God. I'm a prophet of God. You got to do, I do what God said, not what no man said. I get mine from upstairs. And I'm here in that behalf. But that's not true about no mayor had anything to do with his death. Now everybody knows how Mays were. He had his ways. But when it come down to the church, he respected me. And when he get in his behavior, get off, I just look at him and tell him Jesus gonna get him. And I meant that. So, but like I said, first, you all, whatever going on here, I got grandkids, we have a community to run, no church. We are the church. And we need respect here in order to raise our children. I have grandchildren, and they better call you yes ma'am or no ma'am. You can't do that. It's ugly. For the parents of any kid, how you think they gonna do? You want me to leave?
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
No, I don't disrespect.
Thank you.
If it's time for me to go, I'm gone.
Thank you.
But thank you so much, and I appreciate it. But that's not, any of that stuff that is going around is not true.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Seeing as how there is none, it's now time for council response. Is there anyone who would like the floor at this time?
Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the 4th Ward.
I want to thank everyone who spoke before us today. I also would like to make a suggestion. I realize most of you don't like me, and most of us up here, but I would like to hear what the concern, what is on our agenda, how you feel about it. People mentioned the rules. I appreciate that. But the personal attacks, you know, you can say whatever you want about me. I work hard for my residents. I've done lots for my residents, but you're showing this city in a bad light around the country. Bad light.
Hold on, Judy, 1 second. She's not speaking to you directly, ma'am. Yeah. Go ahead, Judy.
No, I'm not. And it really makes us look bad for people who are trying to apply for jobs. You know, we need a DPW director. People see the council meetings. It's not just the council, it's the public as well. And we need to come together as a city. And otherwise, the city will never go anywhere, and we will stay where we are and not go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council comments at this time? Okay. Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out, being present here at this council meeting. Thank you for your input, your concerns. Thank you for bringing forth your issues. I know that the lady that lives in the 1st Ward, I didn't get your name, and I just want to thank you for coming out. And yes, your vote and your concerns matter to us. Your vote is your voice, and so please continue to go to the polls and vote. You guys in the 1st Ward will have an election in August, so make sure you go and vote. Thank you. Sonia Akins, you came forth. I just want to say thank you for bringing up the charter, and certain council members are not abiding by the charter. And we have a resolution that, to me, is redundant when it comes to certain council meetings, voting on issues that are a conflict of interest. Of course, yes, Mr. Matthews, we do not have enough time to speak and say what we need to say, and thank you for coming forth and saying that. Ms. Jan Marie, you're absolutely right to take the public response from 3 minutes down to 2 minutes. It's wrong. It's silencing the voice of the residents, but we'll be speaking on that later on. And AC Dumes, the FBI should be here right now today.
Thank you. Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Yep, thank all the public for coming out this evening. I know sitting in those chairs and through this chaos can be exhausting. It's exhausting being up here. I will say a few things that were said today, and I actually, for the first time, I think I agree with Mr. Doug Matthews. The public time to speak should not be reduced. I think that's a slap in the face to the residents. To Mr. Dumas, there is no First Amendment protection when we sit in these seats. There is no due process when we sit in these seats. It is 5 council members that are the judge, jury, and executioner. And it's appalling how quickly they want to throw that switch. And to Ms. Priestley's point about if we're not going to get along and we don't want to hear anything unless you speak about something on the agenda, you have the right to speak on whatever you want. When a city has been beaten, battered for 10 years on a water crisis, when they have council members taking backdoor deals, when they have council members taking dollars, when residents don't see anything, there's not going to be any kumbaya. So I'll say this. I hope that there's more outrage on these new rules, because the new rules are even worse. There isn't even a jury on the new rules. There's just one executioner on the new rules. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The chair recognizes the councilman in the third ward.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers who spoke, and for my colleague Pfeiffer and that spoke about some of the 5 council members. Not one time.
Request for information.
I'm sorry. One second, Mr. Murphy. Can we pause? Can we pause? What's your request for information?
Is he aware that I didn't say anything about any 5 members?
Thank you. Councilman Murphy, please.
Thank you. Just for the record, when we was out here fighting for 10 years ago with the water crisis, not one time did I ever see you out there in front of City Hall protesting and rallying and down there in Lansing. So when you want to talk about what 5 of us done, do your research. Do your research.
Please stop his time. What's your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you aware that I didn't mention anyone by name?
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Continue, Mr. Murphy. Madam Clerk, would you please start the time?
I'm mentioning you. So.
Please stop, Mr. Murphy. Please stop his time. What's your point, Mr. Pfeiffer?
He is speaking derogatory towards other members of council.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Murphy, please refrain from speaking derogatorily towards any council members.
Let me also speak on Deacon or AC Dumas or whatever, Arlington Dumas. He spoke on the forfeiture of and in the charter in section 1603, forfeiture of office, and due cause, due process, because sometimes some of these religious folks like to quote scriptures and quote policies and all of that. If you do your research and read section 1-603 of the city charter, it talks about forfeiture of office. Councilwoman Tanya Burns is not receiving her pay. She's still getting paid. She still get to perform all the duties that she get to do outside of city council. So that has not been stripped from her, and we did not remove her from city council. So when you want to come and hit this podium and you want to quote something, make sure you know what you quoting, because a lot of times y'all come up here and y'all take stuff and y'all twist it, just like some of y'all take Bible quotes and want to come up here and quote a scripture to beat up on people, to make people feel bad. Why some of y'all may be go bust hell wide open too, while y'all sitting up here want to quote some scriptures. So when you do your research, read what the charter say. We did not remove her from office, and
Thank
she
you,
still is a city council
Mr.
person.
Murphy. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council at this time? I mean, anybody else who would like to respond to the public at this time? Anyone else who would like to respond, speak during council response? Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to start off by stating it is deplorable that someone will come up to council and blame council members for the death of their family members. I denounce that. I denounce that. I denounce that. And again, condolences to the family, but I will not be responsible.
Please stop the time. What is your point, Mr. Murphy?
We got an audience member that's speaking out.
Could you please refrain from yelling out? Thank you.
No, Madam Chair.
Please continue with your time.
I definitely will. And so, moving on, I hear people say that people haven't done anything in the, in their respective wards. Well, what I do, I challenge you to get involved to find out what's going on. I have meetings every third Tuesday for the last 2 years. Those that have been speaking, haven't seen you there. We're out here doing cleanups. We out here feeding the people. We out here doing major things in the ward. I put it on paper. I even did a slideshow online, but guess what? Just like Ms. Priestley was saying, if people don't like you, they don't care what you do. It does not matter. It totally negates every.
Could please refrain from yelling out, ma'am.
I'm
Please
bringing her
refrain
to
from
order.
Yelling out. Point of order.
I'm bringing her to order, and this is the
Would you please
second
pause the time? What is your point of order, Ms. Worthing?
She needs a warning, not just, she just had you state something.
No, that was a different audience member.
No, that was her.
No, I know who I was talking to.
You warned her at the lectern, and then she got on the mic and started yelling out at you. And then now this is her second time.
Ma'am, it's okay. I understand.
She was
but
recording with her
please,
phone. That
would you
was
please
her.
Go ahead and continue your time.
Again, I'm bringing this audience member to order for yelling out. This is the point. Either we're going to stand on our square and people are going to be disorderly and we're going to allow them, or we're going to make sure we have order so we can proceed. We can't have it both ways, and it can't be selective. Unfortunately, as we have people accusing council members of not doing their job, unfortunately, as we have people accusing council members of putting hits on people's head, that is ultimately ridiculous. Who has the time to even deal with 810 media? It is unfortunate. Whatever they do with whatever audience they have, may God bless them. We're too busy trying to move money and do great things in the city of Flint.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would? Is there anyone else?
But I wasn't done. They were disorderly.
Could you please give me 1 second? Could you please put 10 seconds on the clock for the councilwoman in the second ward? Rich, please.
No, please.
Proceed.
So as we continue to make sure that these ARPA dollars touch as many hands as possible and we do the business of the city, this is what I'm here for, and I hope that the audience members are here to do the same.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the audience at this point, or who wishes to respond during council response at this point? All right, seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to respond, we will now move on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to make motion to send the consent agenda to council.
There's been a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilman Pfeiffer.
Given that everything was sent to Special Affairs for a reason for more questions, I request that everything be separated.
Sounds good. Everything is separated.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 24088 police training with ARPA funds to council.
There has been a motion to send resolution 240088, reallocation of ARPA funds, police department, police training to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 9th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
The floor belongs to the 8th Ward councilman.
is there someone that can speak to this from the administration?
Is there someone from the police department who is available to speak to this agenda item? If not, is there someone available from the administration? Mr. Edwards, are you able to speak to this agenda item? Mr. Pfeiffer, did you have a particular question while he's making his way up? Because he is on your time.
Yeah, I just want to know if they was able to get any kind of information that we asked for about this program, and if they can show it was successful in any other municipality before we approve this. Because I didn't receive anything, so. Mr. Edwards, did you hear me by chance?
I did indeed hear your question, and the matter was put before. I believe there was a document sent up about this program to all council members. I know the chief had given me or had sent a document that explained or supported the programming. So I know that document was sent to the clerk and sent up to the council members.
Madam Chair, through you to the clerk. Madam Clerk, was there any document sent up?
Yes, I believe I handed it out at the last 2 meetings. I will look and see if I have another copy.
Oh, we did have a document.
What document are we talking about?
We did have one. Stop the clock. Do you have another question while your time is rolling?
No, I want to see the document, so I don't know if there's a.
Chair, can we stop the clock while we're determining this? 'Cause
No, because there is a document. We are on his time, and so he will have another chance. If you have a second question.
Well, I don't have a second question until I can see the document. That's the same resolution that's the resolution that we've seen, and that doesn't state the questions that I ask about any other municipalities.
Got it. That does not answer that question.
That this has been implemented in, and Lieutenant Dixon said that he would get that for us, and we have not got anything. So, Mr. Edwards, do you know anything about that document?
I don't know anything about that particular document.
Because Lieutenant Dixon stated on Wednesday, right there from that podium, that we would get this document, and there would be at least some case study on where this has been implemented before.
I would recommend then, if you don't have sufficient information to move this forward, that you would table it.
Then I'm gonna make a substitute motion to send it to finance.
There's been a substitute motion on the floor to send resolution 240088, police training to finance it. It's been properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
You have the floor, Councilman.
Through you to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you put it in writing that we are requesting any kind of case study or documentation where this training has been utilized in other municipalities and their results? And send it to the Chief of Police and any other party that might need that I don't know. I thought we were gonna get it because Lieutenant Dixon said that we were gonna get it, so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, I believe you requested the floor?
Yes, thank you very much. I know that there's $100,000 in the ARPA budget for police training, but the detective, was it detective or lieutenant, who was here on Wednesday wasn't able to answer our questions. So if we're unable to get the information that was requested, could you please have somebody here who can answer our questions about this training program? We just, it just gives us nothing. I mean, I understand what it says, I've read it, but it really gives us no details on what exactly it does, I mean, it talks about working with the community. But then we've got money going to sending people to a training, and then we're bringing people here to do training. So are we sending people doing both? Should we just have it here? We just want that kind of information. So if you could have that for us at the next finance meeting, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak on the substitute motion to send this back to finance until we are given the requested information?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Do we have training funding available for training already in the police budget? Can you have that at the next finance meeting?
Yes.
Do I need to do a referral, or is this okay?
The clerk can send.
Mr. Murphy?
Do a referral.
No, Mr.
to
Pfeiffer did do a
Davina,
referral.
Through you to Davina to see if we can have the budget for training for the police at the next, because one of the questions that was posed to me was that we already have training, we have money budgeted for training already.
There is standard training that the police always engage in.
Okay.
As part of new recruit training and as part of ongoing training for existing officers. But this program was something special and something different.
Something outside of
Yes.
the regular training?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this substitute motion? All right, seeing as how there's no one else who would like to speak on this substitute motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is the substitute motion is to send resolution 240088 back to finance, pending we get that information. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. That has been sent back to finance.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to move 240104, recognition of Second Chance Month of April 2024.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes.
The chair recognizes the councilman in the 3rd Ward.
Is there anyone here that can speak on the recognition of the Second Chance Month for the city of Flint, April 2024.
Mr. Edwards,
Point of information.
what's your point?
Um,
What's your request?
Yeah, did you know that I can speak to that? Thank you.
So, my question is, who drafted this? What is what is we supporting? Is there some thing we gonna do a recognition, a second chance month? What does that look like? Is there events, projects, programs, activities coming up with this, or is this just ceremonial to support a resolution? I did read it. I'm just now seeing it now here in special affairs. So, I mean, I guess it was on government ops, and they adjourned the meeting because they got up and left. But yes, I would like to know a little bit more.
Is that all, Mr. Murphy?
No, through you to the speaker, I want.
You are the speaker.
Yes,
Yep.
she can speak on.
Well, you have to,
Okay.
yeah.
Through you to Councilwoman Liddell, who can speak on this resolution, I would like for her to explain to me what it is with this resolution. Could she give me a little bit more update on how this became?
I don't know how that normally works.
Absolutely. So as you know, the council, we were having.
I'm sorry, there's a point of order. We do have a second round, Mr. Murphy, so you will have to relinquish the floor so that she can speak, because she is a council person.
Well, I wanted someone to speak on whoever drafted this resolution. So if she can speak on this resolution because she was the author of drafting this resolution, I don't see nothing wrong with her answering my question without taking the floor with the minutes that I have.
Wait one
Point
second.
of-
What's your point of order, Mr. Pfeiffer?
I hear what you're saying. I don't know that we've necessarily
we've never
done
done
this
it that
before, and it's,
way.
that's a version of banking time to somebody else.
Yeah, so you'll have to relinquish the floor and come back in the second round.
Point of order.
What's your point, Ms. Worthing?
Who has the floor right now?
Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, if he has the floor, he can ask any question he wants and get the answer. I've never heard of us never.
Right, so this is my thing, because it is unprecedented. We've not
It's
done
not
it this way
unprecedented.
before.
I've asked questions from my seat many times when I have the floor.
You've given your time to another council person?
Not time, but they've answered my question during my time. He's asking a question which is being answered during his time, just like we do all the time. I'm confused.
No, I hear you, but I also do understand the argument of that is still kind of banking time, because she still has an opportunity to speak after this, to which she can answer the question.
Yeah,
if
but
that makes
he's
sense.
asking a question he wants answered on his time.
Point of information.
What's your point?
It would be just like Mr. Pfeiffer asking me question as finance chair, because I know the matter.
Mhm.
And that's not using my time, that is using his time asking somebody who knows.
My point is that.
But he has several questions, and she's going to use the rest of his time explaining.
So, that's his time.
That's banking
No,
time
it's
for
not
another
time.
council member. I don't know the answer to that.
So I will allow it this time. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
You said you allow this time. What I don't want to do is go against the rules. So if there's some rules.
So we don't have a rule, and I don't want this to seem like I'm setting a precedent for this is how I'll handle it every time. So my wording was purposeful. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis. Dr. Lewis.
Oh, hold on. I, in all due respect, I just didn't like how you said that. I mean.
Okay.
I'm just like, calm down. Like, I mean.
I am calm. I was explaining to you I wasn't setting a precedent.
It ain't gotta be that serious. All I'm saying is I wanted to know who was the author of drafting this resolution, if they can give me more detail.
Absolutely.
That's what I wanted to know.
Can we stop the time? Can we put it back at 3 minutes?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy, you were saying?
What I'm saying is when I'm looking at a resolution, whether the administration drafted the resolution, a department head, a resident drafting a resolution, or a business or whoever drafting a resolution, and I want to ask some questions on that, I should have a right for whoever the author of this resolution to answer my question.
I agree,
That's what
which is
I
why I'm
wanted
giving her the
to
time.
do. And it wasn't giving up my time. I wanted to just hear a little bit, brief description of where did this come from? Did she partner with somebody? Just let me know something. That's all I'm asking.
Madam Clerk, can you stop the time and put it back at 3 minutes? Mr. Murphy, what I'm saying to you is, that's fine, I'm giving her the time, but we had a colleague who did not agree. And so I'm simply saying, because this is not a precedent that I'm setting for how I will rule every time, that's why I said this time. That was the answer to that.
And the reason why I asked you when you said this time, because we're getting ready to vote on some new rules. And when you said this time, that's making me decide whether I want to vote on these new rules, because if we got some new rules and you saying this time, moving forward, I may want to ask the question on a resolution that somebody draft. But if you saying this time, that's letting me know this time, but it ain't gonna happen again.
I mean, I feel like it's up to the discretion of the chair is all I'm saying. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
So I worked with Tony Gant from Nation Outside to put this together, and as the spokesperson for Nation Outside throughout the state, he's been pushing to have this in major cities that has this issue when it comes down to fair chance housing. So I wouldn't call it symbolic, but I'll call it the springboard to what Councilman Worthing and I have been working on in terms of bringing forth the Fair Chance Housing Act, so we can make sure that our returning citizens have a fair chance at obtaining housing within the city. So, so it's not just ceremonial. This is the intro to the Fair Chance Housing Act that we're working to bring the council to vote, so we'll make sure that our returning citizens are given a fair chance.
Okay, thank you very much. So, with this resolution, if we pass this resolution, will this allow them any more right to be able to do something more when it comes down to them being discriminated against? Or is this just a resolution that we support the cause of recognizing this as an issue, but it don't really have no teeth, as far as we can't go and refer back to this resolution if someone get out of prison and they got an issue? We can't have them take this resolution to an apartment complex or a job and be like, the city council approved this resolution, so this resolution protect us. Will this resolution protect anybody, or is just a resolution saying that we want to jump on board to help support this cause?
Yeah, this resolution is saying that we're working, that we're going to work in tandem with organizations like Nation Outside to push this in our community. And then we're also looking to do things to commemorate this as soon as we get it passed, as soon as we get these board seats passed, because we're looking to have the Human Relations Commission be the overseers of this. So when someone comes and they feel that their fair chance rights have been violated, then they have a commission. So that's what's taking us so long with the ordinance, because we got to make sure that these boards get filled.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Is anyone else who would like the floor? In the first round. Anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Okay, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. You have the floor, second ward council person.
Thank you. So just looking and hoping that the colleagues will definitely support this. This is a step in the right direction, especially with the fact that we have a lot of returning citizens on the north side, especially in the first, second, third ward, as well as the fourth. We want to make sure that individuals are given a fair chance at receiving housing. So this specific ordinance does not do that, as stated before, but it's saying that we're working in tandem with the other organizations, such as Safe and Just, Nation Outside, and their leaders, who also go and they're pushing for this legislation on a on a statewide level. So this is making sure that, that we are providing individuals with an opportunity to have fair chance housing. So just going back to what is fair chance housing is giving people the opportunity to apply for housing fairly. This isn't saying that they're going to jump the line. This is just saying, hey, I need a fair chance at receiving housing like everyone else. So look at my credit score. Look at those things, and you compare those things, you know, before you begin to, you know, to judge their status. So that is it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Seeing as how no one else would like the floor in the second round, we are voting to send Resolution 240104, Recognition of Second Chance Month, City of Flint, April 2024, to Council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240104, Recognition of Second Chance Month, City of Flint, April 2024, has been moved to Council. Moving on to Resolution 240106. Is there a motion? The chair will entertain a motion for Resolution 240106. The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 240106, disclosure of conflicts of interest, and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint to council.
There has been a motion and it's been properly supported. I believe I heard the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward?
Correct.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
The chair recognizes the councilman in the 8th Ward.
Through you to the city attorney.
City attorney?
Mr. City Attorney, who requested or had you draft this?
I believe this came from the mayor's.
The mayor?
Yes.
So, Mr. City Attorney, isn't that already in the charter that you have to abstain from a vote if you have a conflict for receiving funds? Isn't that already a charter mandate? How does, in the second part of this question, how would this improve the process if it's already in the charter that if you have a conflict, you shouldn't be voting on things?
This clarifies and expands on the provisions in the charter. The provisions in the charter, for example, do not have the requirement that council members disclose contacts with parties that might have matters before the council. It sets a time limit for that disclosure so that, you know, if you happen to get a present from somebody 20 years ago that is seeking a rezoning or something of that nature that's before the council, that's outside the scope of this. And
Please stop yelling out. You.
that would be, I mean, that's the gist of it there.
So, because 1-602, 1-602D is disclosures, and the public servant whose financial interest would be affected is to prepare a written statement describing the conflict of interest, deliver copies to the clerk if a potential conflict of interest presents itself and there's insufficient time to comply with the written, they must notify the superior of the body or committee of the body of the potential conflict. So I don't understand what through you, Madam Chair, back to the city attorney, what issue arose where the administration wanted to present this in front of council?
That I don't know. I wouldn't know, and you'd have to inquire of administration. I would point out that if you look at the specific things that are set forth in the resolution, they address things that is not specifically addressed in the current charter, and so they're trying to add some clarity to the requirements so that there's no misunderstandings. For example, that creating a requirement that the conflicts be disclosed along with the nature of the conflict during debate on the ordinance, instead of just filing the paperwork with the city clerk.
So Mr. Attorney, are we going to get notification from anyone in the administration when they're conflicted, or is this just for council?
As drafted, this addresses council members specifically.
Because
if you look at the
I believe
ordinance.
there's conflicted in the administration, so why is the administration trying to impose rules on us but not them? I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I'm for more transparency and more openness and more, exposing more conflicts for issues at hand. But if this is not worded to incorporate all employees or appointments or elected officials, period, then it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the
Yeah.
floor at this time? Councilman
Yes.
Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to move this to government ops.
Support.
It's been moved that this go back to government ops and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, I agree with my colleague that this is already in the charter, so it seems like we saying the same thing that's already written in the charter. And I also agree that if this is going to be for city council members, it also should be for any department head or administration that may have a business or may be doing business in the city of Flint, because there's people that work for the city that also do business in the city, so it can go both ways, okay? All right, I heard y'all. So I'm done.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I agree with my colleagues. I think this needs more discussion, so I'll be voting to send this back to governmental operations. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Through you to the city attorney.
City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, council member. I just, obviously, I take no position on what you do with this resolution. I would just want to point out that if there are amendments that you would like to propose to how it's worded, that you can communicate those with me. I could have proposed language ready for the, assuming that it goes back to government ops, that you could, I would have proposed language ready for you at that meeting.
Mr. Pfeiffer, you still have the floor. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the substitute motion? Anyone else? Okay, with that being said, we are voting to send 240106 back to government ops, and this is the mandate to disclosure of conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint or Flint City Council members. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. This goes back to government ops, and that was Resolution 240106, which was a mandated disclosure. Moving on to 240116, which is the tentative agreement of the City of Flint and AFSCME Council 25, Local 1600.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 240116 to council.
There's a motion to send this to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
The councilwoman in the 4th Ward has the floor.
yes, could we have Eddie come up? Is he back there?
Is there a question you have for him as he makes his way here?
Yep, and I believe it's Paul, right?
Absolutely. The deputy CFO is coming with him, yes. Or else, stop yelling out.
Hello, through you to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, I understand that, how many positions do we have vacant in the sewer and water department?
25 positions.
We have 25 vacant positions, and are those all budgeted?
Yes.
So, this MOU covers 53 employees?
Correct.
Right? And the increase would cover how many of those vacant positions?
It would cover 8, because what we're asking for is 8 classifications.
So, I guess the total cost of the salary increases, how many of the vacant positions would not be able to be filled if we, I think that's the wording I want to use, if we were to approve this?
I think currently we have 25 vacant positions, and we're only asking for funds to cover the increases for 8. And I'm looking at, depends on how you look at that. I think finance would probably be a better, person to answer that, so.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you can give it up.
Okay.
And it's Paul, right?
Yes. Paul.
Okay, okay. So,
Request for information.
Please hold the time. What is your request?
Can you restate your question?
absolutely, I'll be
Just-
glad
it's a
to.
little-
I know, because it's kind of muddy, because I want to
Yeah.
get my point across. So, the total value for this increase, first of all, we have 25 vacant positions in this department that are budgeted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we take into consideration these rate increases, how many of those vacant positions would be covered by the, by this increase? Or in other words, if we had to, which, eliminate positions, to cover this increase, how many would we have to if that is necessary? Does that make sense?
Let me start by saying, trying to unconvolute,
He's got
my
googly
thinking.
eyes.
All 25 positions are budgeted.
Right.
And they're budgeted positions. So they're budgeted this year, and they'll be budgeted next year and the year after that. The increase we're talking about would come out of the total budgeted, positions. So we're looking at $395,000. It's roughly almost $400,000 coming out of already budgeted positions, which means that would mean whatever we filled, whatever's left, it may mean we're not going to be able to fill those positions, or we shouldn't be able to fill those already budgeted positions.
Right, okay, that was my question. Thank you, that was mine.
Madam Chair.
I think I saw Councilman
Oh,
Murphy
okay.
first, and then you.
Yes, okay. So, Sam. The 25, and thank you guys for the executive session. I was able to be clear, get some clarity on some things that I had questions about. So I appreciate you guys.
Councilman Murphy, are you asking for Sam to come to the lectern?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want the three of you to like go far away because somebody else might have a question. Would you please take a seat there? Yeah.
Yes. You guys can stay up there too. So Sam, in July 2023, we approved the, council approved the contract.
Correct.
In that contract, these positions were part of that contract that council approved?
Correct.
So if we don't do nothing, we'll be going against the contract that we approved in July that told us down the line we was gonna have to come back and negotiate these positions too, correct?
Correct. At the time that we negotiated our first contract after the EM, which would have been the first time ASPE Local 600 was able to negotiate a contract, there was a lot of things discussed in this body about the first part of the contract, and then there was pension money coming into the system. So the time frame you're talking about, the contract, the council did approve the study to be done. Out of transparency, we brought it back up here to show transparency not only to the council but to the taxpayers, because the emphasis around the study was we were losing people to consumer powers and to the county and to other municipalities because they were paying more. These positions were open, some are being filled and some will get filled as we go down, but this was to retain current workers from leaving.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that's what I wanted you to the finance deputy, Paul, the 25 unfilled budgeted positions, is that come up to $1.5 million?
Depending on what average you use, 60,000, yes, that would be
Or
1.5
the 60,000 or the 40,000?
40,000 would be 1 million, yes.
So it averaged around an estimated guess of $1.5 million that we already budgeted for
right.
this
If we're
fiscal
assuming
year.
8 employees come to 400, you'd be at the 50,000 range.
So we will be drawing the $500,000 to pay for these new job classifications through the unfilled budgeted funding.
Yes.
Correct.
That's correct, yes.
So we won't be going into the water and sewer funds to try to fill this position because we already got some money budgeted
That
in
money
that
is already budgeted.
that we can just use because our fiscal year ends June 30th, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So April, May, June, we got 2 months, 60 days. So within 60 days, I know we're not finna fill 25 positions. So that's why I thought it was important for me to go back into executive session so that I can get some clarity and take notes when you guys are talking to better educate myself to make a decision on this. Thank you, Sam, and the work that you guys done, Eddie, Clyde, the finance. Thank you guys for all the work that you guys did to get to where we at today. I know we still got a lot of work to do. I appreciate it. I'll be voting yes to send this to council. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Councilman Pfeiffer?
I was trying to do that calculus question, or in the back of my head that Judy was asking. So, Paul, are we saying, will you please approach through you, Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that because we have so many unfilled positions that this won't increase our deficit?
It doesn't change the budget numbers. Clearly, there's a cost, you
Yeah.
know, but that's already in the budget. That's already part of what we're presenting.
How much are we in a deficit each year in the water and sewer?
Right now, we're running probably 24, 25, about 5.4 million each year.
5.4 million each
Yes.
year.
Yes,
Now, that's a budgeted deficit, right? So
That's
what's
correct.
the actual deficit that we are going negative? What's the
well,
cash
we don't
burn?
know that at this point because all we have to work from is the budget.
So we don't know a cash burn each year?
We don't what?
Know the cash burn each year?
We do according to the budget. We don't know what the actual number is going to be. Depending on whether we come in above or below budget, it would change that number.
Based on receivables? Is
Based
that-
on, right, revenue, we have a revenue estimate, we have a employee estimate, we have operations estimates. I mean, the budget is estimates of
What, can you tell me what the actual deficit we ran last year?
8 million,
That's actual dollars?
2023, yes, 8 million.
And, do you know what the, cash balance is on each one of those accounts?
I don't know that off the top of my head, no.
Is it 5 million, 10 million? You have roundabouts?
Right now, off the top of my head, I would say we have about a $20 million cash
In each account? Or it's total?
total.
So 10 million in the water, 10 million in the
No,
sewer?
no, I'm sorry. No, I'm just talking water at this point. So we probably have about 20 million cash in the water fund. And that's based on some numbers that, like I say, that depending on where we end up with in 2024 will impact where we end up in 2025.
Do we
obviously.
anticipate, do we see any substantial differences in 2020, this fiscal year, compared to last fiscal year, where those numbers would be dramatically different?
Looking at the 2024 budget, I suspect our revenues will come in slightly higher than what we had in the budget.
But expenses will be too because of the new contract. Is that a true statement?
But not as, we're talking maybe a couple 100,000 on the expenditure side and a couple million, I think.
On the revenue?
On the revenue side, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, please approach the lectern.
Mr. Smith, I hear we say we have 20 to, or is it 25 open positions?
Correct.
How long have they been open?
I'm sorry, repeat.
How long have they been open?
I'm not sure, but I would say in this budgeted year that they're, been open. So,
are we actively recruiting for those positions?
We are probably actively recruiting for a couple, but I'd have to check and see exactly.
So we don't have any plans to fill all 25 anytime soon?
I don't know what the department's plan is to how soon they would like to fill those positions, but I can find out and get that back. But currently, there is 25 positions.
So if we're saying we're not going to spend the money, or we're saying we're going to spend the money from the open position, are we going to reduce those open positions?
We're going to reduce those. We would be at a point where we would have to really take a look and see, do we really need to fill those positions?
So
a number of
just
positions.
doing the quick math in my head based on the 60,000, are we saying that we only have the financial wherewithal to potentially fill 20 of those 25 now because of this raise? Is that a true statement? Anyone?
Thank you.
I'll ask in the second round.
That is your time. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
I'll allow, I will allow Mr. Smith to finish up
Mr. Smith, please
answering
continue. Thank you.
that question.
All right, the answer to your question is it depends on how many dollars are left once we do this increase in that budgeted number. Also, we really would have to talk with the department to see how many positions do they really need to fill. Because if we're carrying 25 positions from an HR point of view, my question is, to your question too, how long have they been open, and do we really need to fill those? But you know, and again, departments will budget for positions that they've either had open in the past, they think they're going to need it again, or they're currently in need of a position, we just can't fill it.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr., you can go ahead and speak, sir.
Okay, I was just going to piggyback, Mr. McClendon, on what Mr. Smith was said. In HR, we fill the positions that department heads desire to fill, and we try to fill those positions, but because of oftentimes the money that's being paid to those positions and the requirements, we can't hire those persons in those classifications. And so what happens is several years go by and those positions are still budgeted and they're there. So when we did what we did, we, in conjunction with finance, we looked at some of those positions. Not just totally them, but money's available. And that's where we got the monies from, and we knew that we could sustain these increases. Those positions, 25, whatever it is, that traditionally they go unfilled because we can't recruit for them. Now, possibility is that department heads will come to us and say, okay, we need, which they're doing right now, we need to fill this technician, this operator. And then what we'll do is, we'll look at the market. We'll look at everything, and then we'll probably put something together to see what we can do in order to fill whatever positions is required.
So essentially, what you're saying is that we have 25 unfilled positions, whereas maybe 8 of those unfilled, or maybe 10 of those unfilled, will take up the cost of what we need to take care of the increase as far as the wages.
That's a good assessment, yes.
Yeah, that's a good assessment. But, you know, again, I keep falling back to the point that we were told that the monies are there. It's in the budget already, and that it could be sustained, would be sustained.
So the 25 unfilled positions, the money is in the budget already.
Correct.
Yes.
So if we vote on this for the increase in wages,
yes,
that money is already there to take care of those
Correct. The money is already there in the budget. It's budgeted.
But the other question is, how are we going to sustain? So, but essentially, that would be taken care of because we're not going to hire any more workers. We can we?
We won't be able to do 25 again, you know, but do we really need 25?
Right. Okay.
So, but that's a department decision, so, you know, but
we already know that we can't hire 25. We may not be able to hire 20.
Okay.
How many can we hire? I'm just...
Whatever, no, I mean, that's a valid question, but whatever is left, when we look at the budget, he said something like 60,000 per position, and depends on what positions are being filled, because some positions are 40,000, some are 50,000, some are 60,000. So I can't generally say exactly we're going to have this many positions left over. We can say we have these many dollars left over. How many positions are we allowed to fill within these dollars? And that's what we're going to have to live with the department.
Okay. Thank you. My time is getting ready to run out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Paul, what substantially do we have to do to reduce or eliminate that deficit? Obviously, receivables are a part of it, but I think even if we got 100% of our receivables, we're still running a deficit. Is there a plan in the works that council can look forward to help reduce these deficits?
I would say that we're probably going to have a rate increase, whether these positions are filled or not.
I'm sorry, can you say that again louder?
There will probably have to be a rate increase whether the positions are filled or not. Long term, the water fund.
Have we done any kind of department study on how we can make what we do more efficient?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be the water department.
Mr. Smith, are you aware of anything?
Are you relating that to the water department?
Water and sewer.
No, I'm
Have
not.
we looked at department efficiencies to reduce cost?
That might be a Clyde question.
We are currently entertaining a group that will do just that, but this was just last week that I was made aware of that plan. So, but that's all I know. Nothing I know that has been enacted or put in place yet.
Okay.
One thing I think is important to consider as well is that we haven't had a rate increase since August of 2015. Inflation has been relatively low, but you can still consider 2%, 3% a year. That's pretty standard.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I've heard that before.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of us on council, to look our constituents in the face and say, there's questionable water, but now we're going to charge you more. I understand the financial side of what you're talking about, but yeah, I understand. And here's my dilemma is, and I've said this last week, is supporting this, is it going to inevitably lead, is this vote going to automatically domino into more of a rate increase? I understand you're saying we got to have one either way, but does this add more of a rate increase?
It would be more, but I would say that it would be minimal compared to the rate increase as a whole. You're talking maybe 1/10, 1/11 of the rate increase would be tied to this.
But there's everyone talking about and water affordability studies and all of this, and we're talking about rate increases.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
No, I'm talking aloud.
Okay.
We're saying that water is a human right, but only if you have more money. We're saying, they're questionable water, but pay more. And that's coming down the road as we continually increase the expenses in the water and sewer department. And I'm trying to figure out, are we just okaying every one of these increases in expenses, or are we looking at what we can do to reduce expenses while still maintaining employees? And that's what I want to know is if there's any kind of counterbalance to help with expenses, or are we just going to always be looking at or no matter what, we're just going to look at doing rate increases because that's the easier thing to do? That's the questions that I have. I understand. I understand the need to keep employees and to try to maintain a water and sewer department, but we can't always look at one option, and that is a rate increase.
Right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round? Not a second, just the first. So Councilwoman Pfeiffer, you have the floor. Pfeiffer. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Okay. And I just want to piggyback off of what Councilman Pfeiffer said. I agree, have we looked at other ways to retain our employees as opposed to doing this rate increase? Because, okay, when was the last time that local got a raise? And Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Luna.
Mr. Muma, could you join us?
Sal Muma.
The increases, the union got an increase approved by City Council and administration June 15th, June of 2023. They got an increase of a couple dollars, and then after that, in 24, there's 50 cents coming in 24 to all members in all classifications. Again, part of the agreement was this wage equity study for 8 or more classifications. And again, I guess I might be sounding redundant, but the rate increase, the approval for these was given to us by Finance, who said that it was within the budget because the monies were already there, and it would be sustained because they have been there. The money's been there, and therefore, concern about water rates, that was never a part of it. You know, sewer and all that. It was about what monies do we have to pay for this.
Mm-hmm.
That was the issue.
Right.
Now, the unions are going to have other probably contractual issues coming up soon. And we have one right here that we all agreed to, and hopefully we're not saying where questions about should we do what we agreed to do. Hopefully that's not it.
Yeah, and Mr. McClendon, we're not, I mean, I agree. You know what? I agree that all of our employees, they need a raise. All of them. They are underpaid. They're not competitive to other municipalities. And yes, we do need to bring them up to whatever the pay is for their positions, certifications, or whatever they have. I guess my concern is we are already in a deficit. You know, that's a big concern.
Okay,
and how are we going to maintain?
Okay, but we have the monies for these positions. It is already within the budget. And if we don't hire and retain our people, we'll be, a fallback position is, okay, let's contract everything out. We don't want to do that.
And we
don't want to do that.
You're right, we don't want to do that.
The other part of that is, you know, to recruit, you know, we're looking at a lot of money to recruit, to retain employees. You know, this is an effort to retain employees and be competitive with people across the street, down the street, in the next city. That's what we're competing against. And these are all the unknowns, but we know that we're losing people because of that. And when we talk about the retention and recruitment, you know, the $8,000 right off the bat just to recruit for every position. In addition to that, if we don't recruit in a 60-day period of time, and it takes 3 months or 4 months, then we're looking at that work going to another employee. We're looking at overtime. We're looking at additional burnout. We're looking at losing additional employees. So it's a trickle-down effect.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Ms. Maybe one of my other colleagues will let you, my time is running. But you can say what you got to say within that 15 seconds.
I was just going to say to you, the important part of this is when we get a chance to fill these positions, it also turns into quicker to getting out to the basements, quicker to get to lost revenue of water running down on busted mains. So having positions filled helps that reduce that cost of loss.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam-
The chair recognizes the councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So, Mr. Muma, anything else you'd like to add? Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Muma.
No, there has been for a while, as a result of the EM, and prior to the EM, this bargaining unit I represent took 11% pay cut to try to keep the state out of here. If every department or other unions would have provided that, we might not have had the state takeover. So this was the first time in this contract that we're talking about that my membership has had anything since like 2010. So I want to stress that we're losing positions, not just here, all across the city, and we're getting in some areas to a point where we may have to look at contract. Now, then we lose the ability of control of what we're trying to do, and the cost is going to go even higher than retaining our own people. So that's all I really wanted to say. My members are looking for your guys' leadership to help us get there. Whatever we have to do in the future, if there is a deficit that comes around, well, then we'll have to deal with that by way of whatever it is. If we have to take reductions or anything like that, we've done it before, we'll do it again. But I really need a yes vote because my members, I'm trying to keep them here so we don't lose them and we can start moving forward and having positions filled. Our beginning wages are up. We're starting to fill positions. We're starting to attract new employees, and they're starting to stay instead of leave. I believe this is another Band-Aid that will help us stay and build instead of losing them and having to start over once they're trained fully.
Thank you, Mr. Muma. Mr. Paul?
This is frequently what happens is the sustainability of the system is ignored in order to avoid doing the politically unpopular rate increase. And therefore, maintenance is neglected. And as was stated earlier, you end up with cost in lost water, slow repairs. All these things are also costs in the system. So it's the reluctance to maintain the system as it needs to be maintained to continue to hold employees that we need to maintain the system is also a cost. You asked about cuts that have been made. We're down 25 employees from full employment. That is a cut. That is a cut in cost. You can't continue to cut and maintain the system. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. And Mr. Elliott, are you done? Any? Okay, so thank you all. And also thank you all for attending the executive session because you all answered all of these questions in the session.
Don't leave yet.
So definitely appreciate that. Thank you. That's my time.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Anyone else? Okay, seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. This is definitely not an easy decision to make, one that should not be made lightly, one that I don't believe any of my colleagues are making lightly. I do want to point out the fact that there were a couple of things that were said, is regardless to if we vote for this contractual obligation today or not, the water rates will still be raised, or excuse me, you will come back with a suggestion to us to raise the water rates. And so what happens is we're now looking at, again, one, breaking a contractual obligation, one which was made before I was on this council because this was made at some point last year. And then the second thing that you're looking at doing when you do this is, one, those water rates, you will still come back with a proposal to raise those water rates or not. Then another thing, so that's costing money there. Then another thing that is going to cost money is if you are not competitive with what you're doing here as far as offering salaries. Those people can walk away at any point in time, which you will then have to put out a nationwide search will cost us $7,000 or more per person. So now we're looking at more wasted money, looking at almost $60,000, $70,000 of wasted money, trying to put out a search for people who will not come anyway because they can make far better wages elsewhere. They can make better wages at Aldi. So that should tell you something. Is you're having people come into a city, into a department that is a major department for our city, and then saying, we're not going to pay you what it is going to cost you to have to work in that department. We're not going to honor your time. We're not going to honor your energy. We're not going to honor your effort. We're not going to honor your experience if you come to this department. And we are in a new day and a new time in which people are saying no more to that. They want to be paid what they are worth, and not only that, but as we're looking at the cost of living going up, people don't have time to come and be in a highly stressful situation for something that is going to mean they can barely pay their bills. I do want to correct you on one thing that you said, Deputy CFO, and I know that there was no malice meant, but when you simply, I guess, put it down to something as minuscule as it is a unpopular political decision, no, sir. And again, like I said, I know you mean no harm, but I do need to correct you. Raising water rates is far from an unpopular political decision. We have lived here during this water crisis. I mean, I've seen the bulk of these people during the water crisis. I don't know if everybody's lived here this entire time, but I can speak for myself and a lot of residents in my ward. This has been our life for 10 years. We still hear every other day about somebody spilling something new into that Flint River. And so to say that it is something as small as a political decision, we cannot be dismissive. When we tell you, especially when we've said, and my colleagues were all of the same mind, that you make it make sense as to why we would raise water rates, and I get it from a financial standpoint. But when we talk about the human standpoint, I cannot sit here every day as someone who works in water and allow it to be pushed to something as small as an unpopular political decision. No, it's an unpopular humanity decision. Okay, no, again, I'm telling you it's fine. I don't need you. I know you didn't mean any harm, but what I am saying to you is that you think we are saying we're not interested in raising water rates and we're taking it lightly. We understand our job as those who held the purse strings to the city and what that means and what we have to do. But we also understand our jobs as those who have to listen to residents and understand that they have been dealing with rashes, that they have been dealing with hair loss, they have been dealing with miscarriages, they have been dealing with diseases, legionnaires, they have been dealing with family deaths. The lab that I work at is as a result of a child dying. And so when we say, no, we don't necessarily want to hear about water rates being raised because what it has cost us as a city, it's not an unpopular political decision. It is a humane choice to recognize the fact that we are still not in a place where we are comfortable with our water as we should not be. And so it's not, again, I'm done. I don't have any questions for you because I understand what has to happen. And I understand that the water rate question is still going to become before us. And I understand that we do need to make sure we maintain these employees or it's going to cost us more in the long run. But I want to make sure that we are clear when you talk to us in the fact that everybody on this council is trying to maintain our humanity, not a political decision. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk. We're done. Thank you.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
And the vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The tentative agreement has been moved, Resolution 240116, tentative agreement for City of Flint and AFSCME, Council 25, Local 1600 has been moved to Council.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Yes, I make a motion to send 240120, the contract for Ernst & Young, ARPA administration back to finance.
Oh, wasn't expecting that one. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 240120 contract Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds back to finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
4th Ward councilperson, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Jarzynski was on vacation last week and was unable to attend tonight. So in order for him to answer any questions that we might have, it needs to go back to finance so that he can attend that meeting.
All right, thank you.
Request for information.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor. I think she was done.
Through you to the finance chair. He'll be at the finance meeting?
I hope so. He'll have a week and a half notification.
Okay, perfect.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor? First round? First round. Anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call to send Resolution 240120, contract of Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds, revised fiscal year 24, back to finance.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
He's not in.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been moved back to finance. Moving on to Resolution 240125, setting a public hearing for vacation of easement, 2201 Industrial Boulevard.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 240125 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240125 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Is there anyone that can speak to this?
Is there anyone from the administration that is able to speak to this? I believe Ms. Harris is joining us.
Ms. Harris, do you have any more details? What is this, where is this at? More description of what this easement and where this easement we're releasing is?
Yep, so the easement is on Industrial Boulevard. The north boundary is Baker and south is Hamilton.
Do you have this on a map somewhere for
I
us?
do have a map. Yes, I can get that to you.
Can you get it to us before council?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. And the purpose of this releasing this easement to them is for what?
So the purpose to release this easement is for abandoned utility wires that remain for Ashley Capital to have access to remove those and do further improvements for Building 1. This is for the Building 1.
It's a public hearing. It's a public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a public hearing.
So they've already removed the public storm and sanitary, and then this is for the utility lines.
So is this a temporary easement? Meaning we're allowing them a temporary easement into the property and then that easement will come back to the city?
I can get that information to you.
You understand my question?
I do understand your question. I know that this was reviewed by the Zoning Board of Appeals, and also our legal team, and so, but I can get that
Can you
answer
give
to you.
the information that was given to the Zoning Board of Appeals to us? Because we don't have anything but the staff review, and it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, so their application, I can get that information
Can
to
you?
you.
Thank
Yep.
you. I yield. Before council?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? In the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Would anyone like the floor in the second round? Seeing as how there is no one who would like the floor in the second round, I do want to say, I'll take my time, that my vote on this depends upon you getting that information. So I look forward to reading what you get us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe, thank you. And so I believe this vote 240125, setting a public hearing for vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard, moving this to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'll abstain my vote until we get the information needed.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. I'm sorry, 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. This item does move to council. Moving on to resolution number 230466.2, adoption of 2024 revision of council rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council. I will entertain a motion.
I move this to council.
There is a motion on the floor by the Ninth Ward councilperson to move resolution 230466.2 to council. Is there a second?
Support.
There has been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the Fourth Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Fourth Ward councilwoman, you have the floor.
Yes, I have an amendment to this, to the rules. I'd like to change the, this public speaking from 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
Request for information.
What is your request?
How are we handling these amendments?
Should
Are we voting on each one of them individually? So are you making a motion? What?
Yeah, I make a motion that we vote on each individual amendment individually. That double word. So that's what we did the last time, is we took each amendment and voted on them separately. We did discussion together and then voted on it separately.
So what you're proposing, what you're saying that you all did the last time that you had to change the rules, was that you went line by line, made an amendment to wherever you wanted to make an amendment, and then you made a motion, and then you discussed each thing separately.
We discussed the, each person got their time to discuss changes to those rules, and then we voted on each one separately.
I think she confused me even more. So,
I believe that's what we did.
My question is, so everybody is saying no, that's not, I'm hearing a couple of no's, that's not what happened. I'm not sure.
Maybe the city attorney can
No
clarify
problem.
that.
Look, just keep her time paused, please. We're trying to. City attorney, can you refresh us on how this was handled the last time?
I believe last time the amendments were done during the actual council meeting after the public hearing, and not in the committees. And I think at that time, the procedure was somewhat like what Councilmember Priestley just described, in that amendments were proposed. They were kind of discussed, I believe, as a group, and then each amendment was voted on, and the ones that were adopted were incorporated into the final resolution that was passed.
Yeah, that's.
So the hearing was held, and then they went to council, and during the council meeting, they made amendments as needed, and then they had discussion, and then they voted?
I believe so. That, if I recall correctly, that last meeting was the one that this happened at, went till 2 or 3 in the morning, so I may be imprecise on some of the details, but I mean, this body can kind of determine how it wants to handle proposed amendments to these proposed rules. You know, how you, if you want to do that here in special affairs, if you want to do it, you know, reserve that until it gets to, until you're in the council meeting itself and after the public hearing. That's entirely up to this body.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Can we start her time? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm
go
fine
ahead.
with holding off on the amendments until after the public hearing so that the public can have the opportunity to speak on the rules as they are published.
Request for information.
What's your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you saying that the hearing should be before we make amendments?
Yeah, so we can incorporate their opinions.
But they won't have any say, because they won't have any say afterwards.
But if we don't hear from
Because they're only gonna make comments on what is presented, so I have no idea what other people wanna do. How does that make sense? I don't think we had, and I'm speaking out of turn,
You're fine.
I don't think we had a hearing before any substantial changes.
We did. We had the hearing and we didn't get to the rules. I believe we did not adopt the rules the same day as the hearing. Am I correct on that?
You said
Do
did
rem-
not?
I don't think we
Okay.
did.
I honestly can't remember from last year.
So
Um,
that's what we're getting to, trying to figure out how to do it.
who's got the
Judy has the floor.
No, I gave up my time.
You-
Well, I guess, I
No,
don't know.
you didn't. You used time we paused trying to figure this out. So
Okay.
it's, you either take it now or yield it.
Yeah, I'm fine with having the public hearing and then our amendments, like I believe that's what we did the last time.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Well, I'll look forward to hearing the public input.
Point
And
of order.
I'm sorry, Ms.
After I hear
Ms.
from-
Winfrey Carter, I'm sorry. What's your point of order?
Continues to yell out and disrupt the meeting.
All right, thank you. Ariel, could you refrain from yelling out? This is my third time asking you to refrain from yelling out. Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
I would look forward to hearing the public during the public hearing. And then after hearing from the public, I would propose that we send the resolution back to governmental operations so that we can make those necessary amendments to the revision of the rules. Because I think I've looked through the rules, and really, first of all, I'm just gonna say this. We should have had a meeting, a special meeting that would involve all of the council members in making revisions to our rules. It's imperative to note that the revisions to the council rules were not discussed. They were not discussed or revised collectively. As a council body, they were not discussed as a council body. Decisions that impact our council operates should involve input from all of us collectively as a body. So that's number one. That's number one. And then, I'm sorry, a lot of the rules, to me, gives the chairperson more power. You know, I was elected to sit here in this seat. The chairperson shouldn't have more power over this body. So there's a lot wrong with the rules. And then some of the rules, to me, in my opinion, goes against the Public Hearing Act. We have rules in there that disenfranchise our residents from speaking. So really, this whole rule thing, it really needs to go back, and we need to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Worthing, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this moving forward, as I have been for the 6 years that we've been changing the rules to try to create a more professional meeting. And for 6 years, we've still had people say we need a special meeting, even though they've been given the rules ahead of time over and over. Never any suggestion for changes. We never actually make a special meeting because no one needs a special meeting for it. It's just a tactic to say, hey, I don't like rules. I like chaos, so I'd like to just throw this out there and make it look like it's just been rushed. Not true. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't care. The only thing that I really care about, you can throw darts at me, take away my time. The only thing I really care about was the motion that Judy was attempting to make sure that public speaking was not reduced.
Right.
So with that being said, though, is I don't want to, and I have no idea what other amendments people want to make because nobody has shared them, nor should they share them unless they go through the city clerk. But with that being said, I agree with Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter that not necessarily a special meeting, but there should be a discussion in government ops where we actually discuss and make these motions and amendments after we hear public speaking. And with our full agenda, I think that that's going to be detrimental to the time we have tonight. And I can also count votes and know that no matter what I say, the votes are, the rules are going to be what they are. But I think that these have never been on government ops to have discussion. And to bring this on the day that we hear from the public, I think is premature. And waiting 2 more weeks to pass these, I don't think is any more detrimental than passing them here today. So I will make a motion to move 230466, is that a .2, back to government ops, or to government ops, because it's never been. And I so move.
We do have a motion on the floor to move 230466.2 to government ops.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
It has been moved and properly supported by Councilwoman Winfrey Carter to move 230466.2 back to government ops. Is Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
I would say this is what I remember last time, is we all submitted any changes to Davina, and then Davina dispersed those so that we could get an idea and cut down the time when we actually discuss these. I do remember any changes. I don't remember the process the night of, but I do remember any changes being submitted to Davina so we didn't violate the Opens Meeting Act, and then she dispersed them. Actually, I think it might have been Inez at the time. And I would just say that we should do that again this time of any changes, and then Davina can notify us so that when it does come before government ops, if this passes, we can be expedient. So I will yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this amended motion?
Matt.
Oh, okay,
no,
Councilwoman
Go
in the
ahead.
5th Ward, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Councilman Pfeiffer, maybe not a special meeting, a special council meeting, but it has been times in the past that we've had special, like, working committee meetings when it came to our rules. We all sat down as a council and discussed the rules. So I would hope that my colleagues, you know, let's do this as a collective body. Let's sit down and look at this in governmental operations. I mean, 2 more weeks, it's not going to hurt anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this amended motion?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So as I look over the rules that were submitted back in December, if my math serves me correctly, we're looking at December, January, February, March, April. We have 5 months to submit any suggestions, submissions, reconsiderations, deletions. 5 months. We had the time to get this done. So I really don't understand the point of prolonging this. You know, when I hear people speak of the rules that they don't like, that's fine, and that's definitely fair. But, you know, we encouraged our colleagues, please, take a look at the rules. Put in your input.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Madam Clerk, the time is not moving. Just go back to 2:30. You might have to, just refresh it. I don't know what's happening. Is it frozen? Excuse me, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, your time.
Okay, thank you. And so I don't want to, keep kicking the can down the road when the can been available for over about 5 months. We're moving into April. And so, now it's time for this body to vote on their rules, on our rules that govern this body. I hear a lot of audience members saying, the rules that they don't like, I guess they don't want to speak at the lectern, they want to yell out from their seats. That's fine. If that's a rule, council, we can look at exploring that. This is what we can do. This is the time for that. And so, with my colleagues, that are in support of that kind of behavior, this is the time for you to allow the audience to do that, Ms. Winfrey Carter. This is the time for us to do that work. So we want to make sure that we're not only, being a good steward of the residents' time, because people say that we never get anything done. Well, my question is this: why should we pursue another meeting when you all refer to the meetings as dumpster fires? So what we need to do is we need to just get the work done. Stop having meeting after meeting. Stop meeting to meet. It has been said that this council has met the most in any council's history, having 3 meetings in 1 week. Why? We don't need to keep having all these extra meetings when we can just get the work done tonight, when we can get the work done today. So again, whenever we look at rules, and this body, as well as the audience, need to realize that rules are what you make them. Law is imaginary. Laws are created within someone's head and put on paper. That's what a law is. This body can create any rule that we need to create to govern ourselves, as well as the people that come in these chambers. So we need to stop kicking the can down the road. We need to do our homework. We need to make sure that we have put forth every single rule and amendment that we have, put them on the floor tonight. But if they're not on the floor tonight, there might be an indication that the work was not done in advance. So I want to encourage this body to let's do the work and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor on this amended motion? So far, councilmen in the 8th, 5th, and 2nd. All those council members have all spoken on this amended motion. Is there anyone else who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, not only was there the 5 months since these were first put on our agenda, but from the time that we also adopted them. That's when we started working on them again, was right after they were adopted. Because already, I mean, we had presented the last set of rules in January, and they weren't adopted until late March, April. I have to look. February 27th. This is 5 months now we've been putting this off and off and off and off and off. And it's time to get some of these done. And you know what? If you don't like it, if it doesn't work and we passed it, make a motion to amend it during the year. You can always do that.
Request for information.
Please hold the time. What's your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you aware that when we passed the motion for the public hearing, it was told to us that this would be sent to government ops to have discussion?
I don't remember.
I'm telling you.
Anyways.
Okay, continue, proceed.
One of the rules we actually found in proposed rules from the Michigan Municipal League. And in reviewing the Michigan Municipal League's website and what they had to offer for those of us who are interested in furthering our education, it was found that they had proposed set of rules, and we looked at it and compared to ours, and there were things, ideas that they had there and reasonings behind what they had there that we felt was appropriate for our council, which is why they were put into these rules. So, seeing that is, it's time to get them done. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Oh, I think I'm the only one left. E52. So the only reason I won't be supporting to send this back to government ops is the fact that we have had 5 months for us to submit. I think we've actually had the conversation about submitting suggestions to the city clerk on more than one occasion where we've said, okay, everyone has the rules, here's your opportunity to submit suggestions. I've actually sent these rules out to residents in my ward, and they've given suggestions back as well. And so I think if the residents had time to go over the rules and make suggestions, then we as a council have certainly had time in the 5 months to go over the proposed rules and make suggestions. I think that one of the things, even as we were doing this, excuse me. Thank you. All right, and I think one of the things that we have to be extremely mindful of is that we've had 5 months, and the can keeps getting kicked down the road as to setting these rules. I do agree that we need to have the public speak. I believe the public has had an opportunity to have access to these rules on multiple occasions, and so I think it's time that we do hear from the public about the rules, and then we can go from there. But as far as having to, or complaining about the fact that we have a long council agenda, technically we don't, because everything that was sent to council is stuff that we've actually already all agreed on from sending from finance, because if you recall, we had a pretty good finance meeting. So a lot of this stuff that's on council, we already agreed to send to finance, and anything that we had extra questions about, we sent to special affairs. And therefore, everything that's on the council agenda, it should not take us that long to get through, because we've already agreed. It was not sent to special affairs. So we are fine to sit here and discuss these rules as long as we need to sit and discuss the rules, but we don't need to keep belaboring or using council as an excuse, because again, and it cannot be overstated, that last committee meeting, which I commend you very much on that, Judy, that how well that meeting went, we were able to get those items over to council in a way that, we agreed as best we could. And so we have plenty of time to discuss these rules tonight if we really want to do the work. So we can hear from the public, and then we can make the discussion as far as how we will decide how the rules will go by the time that gets to council. So that'll be up to the chair, and I guess whatever the body decides, because this will be my first time having to figure out how the rules are working. And I see here in special affairs, we've not figured out the correct way to even address the rules, if we're going to do it all at once and then make amendments all at once, or however that works. But I think we are kind of belaboring the point here, and I we'll go ahead and do a roll call, Madam Clerk, to send this back to Government Ops. And this is Resolution 230466.2, adoption of the 2024 revision to council rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council. And this is the vote to send it back to Government Ops. I think it did go to Government Ops before, to send it back to Government Ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? The vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. That amended motion fails. So now we go back to the original motion to send it to council. And so far in the first round, 4, 5, 9, and 8 have spoken. I think the only people left to speak are 2 and 7. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so, as we look at the current rules, we can go to Rule 29.3, for example. And it states, that members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Numbered speaker slips will be provided prior to the start of the meeting to those wishing to speak during this portion of the agenda. No additional speaker slips or speakers will be accepted after the meeting begins. Then it also states, city council members may not speak as a member of the public at this time. Public speakers may not allocate or donate their allotted time to another person. In that rule, it was a lot to unpack. So for our colleagues that are in favor of a lot of these things, because as we saw Councilwoman Burns, she was speaking at the lectern. According to Rule 29.3, this isn't supposed to be so as a council member, speaking as a member of the public. So if my colleagues are against that, instead of appealing and wasting time on rules that are set, these 5 months were the time to make adjustments to these rules. So it's important that we not give it the lip service, but we give it the real service of unpacking these rules, pointing out what's good for this body, what's not good for this body, pointing out what we should do and what we should not do. And these rules, these were not created in the middle of the night. These were created right here. They're right here at council. Davina made copies of them. Madam Clerk did. And so everyone, they had the same opportunity to fix and amend.
Request for information.
Please stop the time. What was your request?
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, do you realize, I believe that Rule 29.6, that rule was met during public speaking when the residents are up speaking, that a council member cannot speak while the resident is speaking during public comments. That's the rule. That's that rule, okay? We cannot speak during public comments when the public are speaking.
Okay, so thank you for clearing that. I just want to make sure. So you said council people cannot speak while during public speaking? Yeah. Okay, so. Okay, well, great point, because that's why Councilwoman Burns was speaking. And
can we stop the time? Can we stop the time? Can we stop the time? I know this is unfortunately taking a turn towards something else, and everybody's getting passionate, but I need for people to not yell out. And so, wait 1 second. I don't know.
Is that it?
Go ahead and start the time.
Okay,
please.
so thank you. So for clarity and for understanding, it's very clear. It says city council members may not speak as a member of the public. So when you are speaking as a member of the public, you're speaking at the lectern right there as a member of the public. So it says city council members may not speak as a member of the public. And according to these council rules, if the only time a member of the public is to speak is when they're at the lectern, they're saying that council members cannot come up to the lectern and speak during public speaking. That's exactly what that rule says. So I'll clap for me, but this is exactly what the rules are saying.
Please stop the time. Please stop the time. Listen. We're getting through this. We're doing well. I understand this is taking a turn toward a conversation that we probably need to go ahead and move on from, but I would ask that the members of the audience please refrain from speaking out. Dr. Lewis, please make your comments back toward what we're discussing. Thank you.
And so this is just going back to the point.
I'm sorry, start our time.
Thank you. So this is just going back to the point, just circling back, because again, this body has the pleasure of amending. We can throw all these rules in the garbage and have free for all in these chambers. But we're not. So if this body wants to change anything, you have 5 months to do it. Now's the time to act so we can maintain order in our chambers, so we have order in this body. Let's stop kicking the can down the road. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and give it the rest of my time, but Madam Chair, I just highly encourage my colleagues to get it done. Send it back to government ops to do what? To talk about it some more? We can talk about it at council meeting as we make amendments. So for us that went through these that have amendments, we can hammer those out and get it done. Otherwise, we want to send it back to another committee. Through you, Madam Chair, well, to you, we didn't have government ops, right? Last meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
We did not.
So the fact that we didn't have government ops, that shows that committee is not even held every single committee meeting. So sometimes that committee meeting is skipped. So right now, we're jeopardizing the rules, not even getting attended to, because that specific committee continuously gets skipped. So we want to make sure that, again, I'm not going to support sending this to anywhere outside of council and just moving this forward. Government ops is moving it backwards. I encourage the colleagues, take the time between special affairs and council. Look at some of your amendments so we can move on. And also, Madam Chair, you want to make sure that we don't have people yelling out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think that everyone has taken their time in the first round except for me, so I will go ahead and take my time. I do ask, again, that the audience members refrain from yelling out at this time. I think that's going to be the beauty of being able to hear from you during the public hearing about the rules. Some of the things that need to be addressed and need to be addressed properly. So as my colleague stated, I hope that you all are taking this opportunity right now to go over the rules, because it is important that everyone familiarize themselves with the rules of the chamber, because I know oftentimes we have maybe some, I don't know if it's purposeful misinterpretation or if it's misleading. I don't know. I refuse to speak to anyone's motives, but I'm just saying that I think if we all can take a look at the rules and read them and know them for ourselves, because I believe earlier today that was part of the confusion of with the disorderly persons subsection, when we talk about the fact that you are not given 2 warnings at that time, that you're literally only given that 1 warning. And I think it would have cut down on some of the ruckus if everyone was familiar with the fact that that is indeed the rule. I do want to go back to stating the fact that we have actually had these rules before us multiple times at this point, and we have asked for colleagues to send suggestions to our city clerk about what they would like to see changed in the rules. And I think a good thing that has come out of this, I think at one point in time, I believe it was my colleague in the 4th Ward who made the suggestion that we take the public speaking back up to 3 minutes instead of 2. In this time that we've had to continuously discuss these rules, she's had an opportunity to take a look at a rule she didn't like, and she made a suggestion right then to change that rule. So I'm assuming my colleagues also have some part of the rules that they've looked at, and they're ready with their suggestions the same way that the council person in the 4th Ward was ready with her suggestion to make a change to that rule. And if my colleagues have not had an opportunity to take a look at the rules, I mean, now is as good a time as any while we're sitting here and while we're having this discussion to take a look and see if you want to follow in the footsteps of our colleague in the 4th Ward and make a change to any of the rules. I know that when we're up here, there's often some question about stacking appeals. There's some question about whether or not, even then, like something we just did earlier, right? And I'm just doing this so that we can have some suggestions so that when it comes to time to talk about these rules, we're ready. We are ready. But when we talked about earlier, when Councilman Murphy wanted to ask another council person a question, and it was during his time, but she was a council person, so it felt like we were breaking the council rule about allotted time. Maybe we look at things like that and we become more precise with what we mean when we say a lot of time, what that looks like. If another council person does have a question where it's a detailed question and it's more than 1 or 2 or 3 questions at one time, that we have an opportunity to—
Point of order.
I'm sorry, can we stop the time, Madam Clerk, please? 150 is where it should have been stopped. 150, 150. Thank you, 150. Okay, what is your point of order?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there is a lot of noise coming back from the far corner.
Oh.
And they are back over here on the right,
Oh.
on our right, and
Okay.
it's difficult to hear what you're saying.
Sorry about that. Can we please refrain from yelling out in that far right corner? Thank you for attending. We'll just wait for them, Madam Clerk. They are, but you're still here and I hear you. And so now we're waiting on you. Thanks. You're going to count my 6? Okay, so we'll start now. But like I was saying earlier, when we were talking about whether or not that was a question of allotted time, of when Mr. Murphy was talking and he had a question about a resolution, and it wasn't like a quick question, although I did understand what you were saying, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. I did agree with my colleague in the 8th Ward of once it becomes 4 or 5 different questions, at that point, he's literally allotting her more time in which she would have come back and spoken, and she did come back and speak in the 2nd round. And so maybe we need to be more decisive about what that looks like of do we yield that time at that time? When that happens, is that more allotted time? I think those are certain things that we need to make sure that we understand. I think there are some more Robert's rules that we could possibly incorporate as well. And the fact that when we talk about speaking to motives and we have to go to Robert's rules for that, is that something that was included in these current council rules so that we can address that, so that that can be something that gets handled with us? I mean, I'm fine with if we continue to defer to Robert's rules, but if we don't have to and we have something more defined in our council rules, I think that would be a good idea as well. And I'm just trying to show my colleagues, see how easy it is that we can take this time now to talk about the rules and things we like to see change instead of having to wait or send something back to government ops. Now's the time. I want to point out what I said again, and when I speak again in the 2nd round, I'm going to point this out again, is that everything that is going to council were things that we already agreed on. So council shouldn't go that long as far as those items, and I understand if council has to be lengthy for the rules, but we have an opportunity to get this right. I mean, we take a lot of hits about the rules and what they should and shouldn't be, and so if that's the case, let's get this right. Let's get this right now while we have the opportunity. We certainly have plenty of time during council because, again, that beautiful committee meeting that you chaired, it lended us that opportunity. I am done with my time in the 1st round. We'll now move to the 2nd round. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the 2nd round? Was there anyone who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
You have the floor, Councilwoman in the
Yes,
fourth
through
ward.
you to the city attorney.
City Attorney.
The new rule 5.6, it talks about the quorum. If, so it says, once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost, so long as sufficient members are present in the council chambers. Would that conclude the back hallway?
Oh, that's a good question.
It could be construed as doing that since the council chambers is
The entire room?
the entire room. It includes the committee rooms and the restrooms back there.
So the new rules actually are more clear as to when a quorum is lost and how we handle that if people are not sitting in their seats.
Request for information.
Please stop the time. What is your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Does that mean that Davina could take roll with 3 people in their seats? If quorum isn't broke, that means that roll call could be with 3 people?
You still have to be in your seats to vote.
I understand that, but I'm saying is there a possibility that roll call is 3 people?
You have to, I would assume that you would have to be present in your seat to say you are here. Because you can't announce from outside
No,
your
I'm not
seat.
saying that they can vote. I'm saying if Davina does a roll call and quorum isn't technically
It
broke.
says, the meeting, the rule says, once a meeting has been convened. So it says, once a meeting has been convened, quorum is not lost, so long as sufficient members are present in the council chambers. So a quorum has to be established to begin the meeting.
I understand that. It's not a back and forth, but I don't.
I want to make sure you get your question
No,
answered, so go ahead.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, so if we have 5 people up here and one person goes to the bathroom, how can she take roll if we don't have technical quorum in their seats?
It also has, if quorum is lost during a meeting.
But we're saying
I know,
that-
but the quorum, but we can't vote with less than 5.
But I
We
understand what
can't
you're saying.
vote.
And I read that
I'd direct this question to the city attorney.
So,
and that
Mr.
would be
Pfeiffer,
on your time.
Yeah, can you wait for your time? Thank you.
And so
Can you
I'm
start
going
her
back-
time back,
I'm going-
please? Proceed.
So, like I said, it does clarify the quorum, and it also says that if there is no item on an agenda, the clerk may cancel that committee. So if we have nothing on legislative, then we don't have to convene that committee because there's nothing to, the only thing that would be on that committee would be public speaking. And 90% of the time, by the time we get to that, there may be 3 people in here. So with giving the city clerk, there's no reason to convene a meeting if there's nothing to discuss. There's no agenda. So that saves time as well. And also, I want to call attention to something on
I'm sorry,
rules.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say point of information or whatever, but what you just said, I'm sorry, stop for time. Sorry. Are you saying, so for instance, when we just did government ops, so, and it didn't happen because everybody left. So are you saying, are you saying just don't convene the meeting if there's nothing on the agenda?
The
or
clerk would cancel that committee for that night. So that committee would not be held that night because there is nothing on that agenda.
And is it clear that the clerk would notify?
It is responsible. It says here, let me find it. If no, the committee meeting will be canceled by the clerk. That means that she would have to follow the law and the charter in order to cancel that meeting.
I'm sorry, starter time. I'll ask on my time, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
It also says here, one of the things that is in the charter that we have been reminiscent in doing, and which I have been trying to get on the agenda for the last year plus, is to have financial reports presented by the CFO. And this actually puts it on the agenda as part of the rules, is that it has presentation of quarterly financial reports. And I haven't been able to get that on the agenda at all, because we have had so much, and so much time is being spent on other matters, and we've had difficulty even getting the monthly budget reports. So you never hear about them because it's so late, and we need to have that brought forward from our CFO in front of council, in front of the finance committee, so that we can prepare rather than just at the budget hearings. So that's in here, and I think that's a good, matter of fact, it was one of the suggestions that I personally made to make sure that it was codified in our rules. Those are just a few things that are on here in the rules, and I just, especially the big thing is the quorum. How many times do people get up from their seats and the building erupts because people have gotten out of their seats and there's not enough people sitting down? So that in itself is going to solve a lot of issues. So, Madam Chair, I'm still in favor of sending this to council.
All right, are you done? Is there anything else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay, Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Candace,
Oh.
me after.
Okay, yeah.
So, I want to go back to the quorum. Judy, what rule is that quorum?
The new rule?
Yes.
I just closed my rules, just a second. 5.6.
So, Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney.
City Attorney.
Yes.
So, if quorum isn't lost, and basically until a member gets on the elevator, that's basically what we're saying. If we have 5 members here, will the clerk still call roll if one person is out in the audience, going to the bathroom, so on and so forth?
In terms of calling for a roll call vote?
Yes.
No, there's still the rule that says that you cannot vote unless you're in your seat.
I'm not saying that they vote. I'm asking if we have 4 people in their seats, quorum is not broken technically because they're out in the audience, going to the bathroom, whatever, and people are done speaking and there's 4 people in their seats, those 4 people, I'm clear, are the only ones that can vote. Are we gonna have a roll with only 4 people?
Right, I don't know if I have to say request for information or not because I'm chairing. Can you stop his time? Right here, does 5.5 satisfy what you're asking, where it says without a quorum, the city council may take no action except to convene or adjourn? Does that satisfy what you're asking?
No, because we're saying that quorum is not broke if they're out in the audience. So
I guess I'm wondering when you think quorum should be considered broken.
No, I understand what you're talking about, quorum being broken and somebody's not on the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking.
No, because I'm sorry.
I'm asking how votes were proceed if members are in the audience or into the bathroom. But does time just stop?
Can you start his time?
Does time just
I got you.
stop if we only have 4 people in their seats?
Information?
Okay,
or
stop the time.
Request for information?
Request for information. What's your request?
But it says that if quorum is lost,
But quorum isn't lost until somebody gets on the elevator.
it means for the 5 people in the seat. If there's not 5 people, maybe we should rewrite it. If there are not 5 people in their seat, then the meeting's recessed for up to 15 minutes.
15 is kind of low. What if they have to go to the bathroom?
So,
Sorry.
it's just like any other time when we say,
Well,
what's that?
then we have to reword. So are we saying we have to reword 5.6 because then we're saying if 5 people aren't in their seat, then we stand at ease or whatever. But that, technically, you can't stand at ease if somebody objects or a roll call.
I'm sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Worthing, are you
That
done
was
with
my,
it?
yeah.
Can we start this time?
If I could, I think you're still confusing the issue of whether or not a vote can occur without council members being in their seat and whether or not the quorum is lost. The Rule 9.4 still clearly states that a council member must be seated at their designated seating place to vote, and proxy votes are not allowed.
No, I understand that.
The city charter
I understand
says
that
that all
completely.
decisions of the city council.
I understand that completely, Mr. Kim. I'm saying if quorum is not broke, if 2 people are up here in their seat and 3 people are out there talking in the audience, quorum is not broke. But what action occurs if we don't have 5 people in the seats?
If a vote is taken, the people who are not in their seat, the council members who are not in their seats can't vote, and so.
So Davina or the clerk will take a roll with 2 people.
And in which case that matter would fail.
So that's what I'm saying is that we are now at the point where Davina will be taking roll with less than quorum established in their seat. Is that what we're saying?
No, you're saying that if a vote occurs when there are an insufficient number of council members in their seat, that vote will automatically fail because under the city charter, it requires, a decision of the city council requires 5 votes.
Not on an appeal. It's the opposite, sir.
No, that's actually the reason why the appeal rules have to be worded the way they are. Because in a normal circumstance, an appeal will be decided by a majority of the members voting, but if you apply that with our charter, where the charter requires that decisions require not just a majority of the members voting, but a majority of the members elect, that would result in essentially a minority being able to control the majority.
So, Madam Chair, are we doing changes now or after we hear from public speaking? Because if I say if we're gonna do changes, let's do changes now then. So, because if we're gonna make the amendment to 3 minutes, I'm sure a lot of people would not speak on that.
Okay.
So, if we're gonna make changes,
So is there
let's
a
make
motion
changes
we need to
now.
make
I
for us
don't
to
know
do
if
it?
we're gonna do a motion for each individual thing.
Um,
And then what happens if we don't agree on a motion? Does the original document automatically stand?
If I could, if just in the interest of trying to propose something that would allow the council to consider things.
Can you pause my time?
can we,
I didn't ask for him.
yeah, can we take him back to 45 seconds and then hear from him? We're gonna take him back to take Mr. Pfeiffer back to 45, and then we're gonna pause it because we need to hear from the city attorney really quickly.
There's nothing that would prevent this body from considering amendments now, both now and after a public hearing, in the interest of trying to do so in a way that would essentially not confuse the heck out of everybody. I would suggest that the body could, solicit proposed amendments now as a group. Everybody could, essentially propose an amendment, and if it was seconded, it would then go on a list. You could then discuss the proposed amendments and then vote on each proposed amendment in sequence after the discussion's complete. And that would result in essentially an amended resolution that could then be voted on in total.
So then do we, so do we just make an amended motion to handle this at the end of special affairs if we're gonna do it that way? Because there are a couple items we need to get to.
No, we do it now.
I don't care how we do it.
I'm
I just
for
want
it.
to point out we have more items. That's all. I don't care
That's why
how
I
we do
wanted to
it.
send it back. That's why I wanted to send it back, because this. we're on this agenda now.
Mhm.
So, Mr. Kim, are you saying
So we
do
can do it now.
We're saying can you restate what your proposed plan was? I'm sorry.
Assuming that the council wants to both make amendments now and after a public hearing, you could essentially give all council members a chance to propose different amendments right now. Then once everybody has proposed the amendments they would like to make, you could discuss those amendments and then vote on each proposed amendment in sequence. So, you know, if you proposed 3 and say council
How would
member-
we work discussion into it?
Right.
Realistically, you'd probably have to have discussion on all of the proposed amendments once they're all proposed. Just because there may be that somebody's amendments are going to work with others or are going to conflict with others, so it would be difficult.
And
to
then
do
what if
that.
we can't agree on an amendment? Does the original document stands?
That would just
Is that a
just be
majority thing
the.
again?
Because the original document was never approved, so with the original document,
Well, you would be making. You would be making motions to amend.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, City Attorney, go ahead.
Yep, you would essentially be.
So,
I'm sorry, 1 second. Go ahead.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lewis, what's your point of order?
so Mr. Dumas jumping at me and yelling out. That's unacceptable, Mr. Dumas. Let's not do that. So Mr. Dumas needs to be brought to order. And that was that. You can't do that.
Mr. Dumas, please refrain from yelling out. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, please continue.
Yeah, I did actually a little bit. I think we were. Yeah, I think you were
so-
discussing how like it could be.
so if I wanted to change Rule 1.1, and I don't know what Rule 1.1 is, if I wanted to change Rule 1.1, and it was 3-3, then whoever wrote 1.1 on this original document, that one would stand?
I guess if the body
And that would, yes, essentially, if the body doesn't agree to amend it, then the original language stands, and it's up to the body to determine what it wants to do with because ultimately the goal would be to end up with essentially a final resolution and a final set of proposed rules, and then which the body can then vote on up or down as it chooses.
Oh, do you want your time to start now?
Well, I don't want to give up my last 45 seconds.
Okay, well, go
If we're
ahead.
going to somehow come up with an idea on how we're going to make amendments. So if,
That's why I'm saying if we
Because this
push
is
it
my
back to
second
the
round.
end, you'll get to talk again. If we push it back, we just need to
no,
handle
because
this.
we've already went through the second round.
So if somebody make a motion that doesn't make sense, we'll support it.
Madam
then-
Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to make each amendment one at a time. And I so move.
So there is a motion on the floor to make each amendment one at a time. Is there support?
Support.
Wait 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I see the city clerk is shaking her head. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I'm just saying precedent. I don't know that you need to make that motion. That is definitely what you did in the past.
Can you speak into the mic?
Council would kind of set aside a time, and you would have the discussion like you are now. And yes, you would just make the amendments and vote on each one, and then all the ones that passed would go into that one document. I don't know that you need to make that motion, because that's what you generally do.
I can't hear you.
And it's under cover of that.
Okay, do we need
Overarching
to,
motion.
1 second. Are you okay? We have to, wait 1 second. We need to take how long is it gonna take you to do this? A 7-minute recess, order without objection. know, I'm sorry, but he went right there. That, I mean, that works too, if that's what we want to do.
Which we will. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Why don't we? That's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't we move this back to government ops? I understand that. The hearing's on the council. We make changes in government ops, and then we send it forward. That's what.
We've already voted it down, so we just send it to council, and once it gets to council, send it back to government ops. We have to now.
We could send it to legislative.
What you doing, Murphy back there? Murphy having
tell them a little bit at a time. I'm gonna tell them to push it back to 11. And hopefully we'll be done by then. I don't know. Doubt it. How the system just moves it in. So. Okay, I could do that. I got some snacks.
We're hungry.
Let me
My
see.
sugar done went up and
Oh, does that mean you need sugar? Because I got sugar. I got pies.
chip. Yeah, thank you, I'm good.
Yep. You know I keep stuff here. For this reason.
Rosina don't be looking out for me. I get anything. Yeah, I got maize refrigerator. It's still loaded with stuff in there, man. They treat me like I'm maize. You didn't know that? They get in. I got his lawyers and Michelle. I got my lawyer and where Michelle at? Michelle, y'all. Tell her get up here and show us up. What? All that junk for? Roll all that junk. You gotta get you some different representation,
Would all present council members please return to your seats? Would all present council members please return to your seats?
Stick up your ass. Get a whole lot of acid kick your doing that. Man, what's all though? Y'all must represent the man, what the? So I don't know. Here, and then they run out of time.
Would all present council members please return to their seats? The time is now 9:26. I call the Special Affairs Committee meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. L. Alleman is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. We left off on Resolution 230466.2 in the second round to send it to council. 4 and 8 have both spoken. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the
Madam
second
Chair.
round? Councilwoman Worthing, you have the floor.
So, if I am getting this correctly, we still, need to send this to council so that we can move it to governmental ops to continue discussion, but we still need to hold the public hearing. Okay. So I'm in favor of moving this to council so that we can make changes later, because it's 9:30. No one's really with it enough to make the proper changes that need to be made at this late at night. So I'm in favor of moving this to council, then to delay in government ops before voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, through you to Councilwoman Worthen. Councilwoman Worthen, did you say that you are in favor of moving this to council and then at council move it back to governmental ops? I don't.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
Because we voted no already to move it to governmental ops, so we can't do that again. We have to move it to council to vote on that issue again.
Oh, we
voted
did,
no.
and it failed. Yeah. Okay. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on Resolution 230466.2, adoption of the 2024 revision to council rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council in the second round? 4, 8, 9, and 5 have all spoken. Does he want the floor? Because if I move on and he tried to stop me. Again, in the second round about council rules, would anybody like the floor? Because, Quincy will get an attitude and say I didn't give him a chance to speak. No? All right, seeing as how no one else would like to take the opportunity to speak, we can go ahead and vote on moving this to council. This is Resolution 230466.2, adoption of the 2024 revisions to council rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Excuse me. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution, 230466.2, adoption of 2024 revision to council rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council, is moved to council. Moving on to Resolution 240128, designated videography area, City Council chambers. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
We're on 240128. The floor recognizes Councilman Pfeiffer.
I will make a motion to send that to government ops.
There's been a motion to move 240128, designated videography area, City Council chambers, to government ops. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I support that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I would like to call the question.
The question has been called and it's been properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
And the vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. The question has been called. We will now vote on moving 240128, designated videography area, city council chambers to government ops.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because if they're calling the question on this, that means they already spoke about it and violated Open Meeting Act.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, one abstention.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. That fails. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make motion to send 240128 to council.
The motion has been moved to send 240128 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 9th Ward. The councilman in the 8th Ward has the floor.
Who is going to enforce this? Who is going to confiscate cameras? Are we going to instruct the police to enforce and take people's cameras? Madam Clerk, how's this going to work? Through you,
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, to the Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, it says that you are going to designate this area, so is clerk staff going to confiscate cameras? Are the police going to be ordered to? Are the police going to take stuff and put it in evidence? Are they going to automatically destroy it? What does deemed abandoned mean? Madam Clerk.
Okay, I did not draft this resolution.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Madam Clerk.
I did not draft this resolution, and it only speaks to the area that I would designate. So that's all, that's my involvement, is just to designate the area.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. City attorney, who will confiscate cameras and deem them abandoned? And what does deemed abandoned mean?
What it means is that if a camera is left unintended in an area that's outside of the designated, the area to be designated by the clerk, it could be essentially treated like any lost property and just, taken until somebody claims it.
And who would take that?
Any staff could do that.
I'm asking who in staff? Would that be anybody that's a City of Flint employee? Would that be the clerk's office? Would that be the police department? Who would take that equipment?
Well, generally, the council chambers are administered and operated by the city clerk. So just as if anybody had left a, wallet lying on the ground or left a bag, that would be treated as found property until somebody claimed it.
So, Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, through you to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, where is this designated area specifically?
The area would be the northeast corner here.
So that would be back there by the police officers now? That's where the cameras would have to be?
No, the last 3 or 4 rows here would be removed in that area.
Back there by the police?
In front of them. The area, like the last 4 rows that are there, would be taken off approximately from the area where Mr. Muma is.
So we're saying the nearest camera would be approximately 100 feet away?
Yes.
That is the opposite of transparency. That is the opposite of accountability. Whoever requested that this be drafted, whoever participated in this be drafted, should be ashamed of themselves, because this is 100% trying to hide the actions of the council. Madam Clerk?
If I can just add to that, to say that this speaks to cameras that aren't handheld. This doesn't say anything about sitting in the row and holding a camera.
Yeah, I know.
It's just that the tripods.
I'm aware, so even if Channel 5 or Channel 12, we're saying you gotta sit all the way in the back when they normally set up over here or they set up over here. We're saying that Paul's equipment right now would be confiscated because he's not here. We're saying that he can no longer have a microphone outside of his equipment. Are we so worried about hiding the transparency and hiding what we do up here on council? We should be actually asking for 100 cameras. I don't understand why we want to hide what we're doing. If you think you're doing such great for the community and for the people, why are we trying to hide it and push cameras and whatever and confiscate Paul's equipment if we think we're doing it right? Nobody has complained about equipment and tripods. Nobody has fallen. What are we doing?
Madam Chair.
The councilwoman in the 9th Ward has the floor.
I didn't draft this, but I completely agree with it because we have transparency. You can come to the meeting. You can tape with your cell phone or whatever you have in your lap. But what we have are outside people that don't even live in Flint coming here to exploit the city by making TikTok videos and other things. They're not even making that much, to be honest, but they're trying. But in the meantime, they are hindering the business of the city because they stand there, they block walking that way. They're constantly talking to the camera and their followers.
Can you pause her time, please? What's your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you sure you want to go down that route? Because when this goes to court and it's saying that you don't want people because of their doing TikToks, that's not what what's the resolution says.
That's not what the resolution says. It's talking about the tripods again. So anyone can tape from their cell phone, but we've got people setting up like they're a legitimate news source trying to make money off of our meetings. We should be making money and putting it towards our fund off these meetings, not outsiders. So if Paul isn't contracted, and I love Paul, but if he's not contracted anymore to do our videos, then he'll have to follow the rules as well as everyone else. This meeting is to conduct business, not to get in people's faces, not to scream at them, not to comment during every single motion. If you don't like somebody, not to, tell the followers, oh, they're not voting right, and disrupt the meeting. Okay, that's not what this is about. This is about voting on legislative issues, and it's all transparent. Meetings are recorded through the city now. We have meeting minutes. Public can still attend.
Request for information.
Can you pause the time? What is your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you aware that we haven't had meeting minutes in a year?
I'm pretty sure we've had some, but
continue.
In any case, the only reason why you're angry is because you probably can't record now. And I think it's just inappropriate for a council person to stick their camera in the middle to try to get other council people, during the meeting. When it's, the hypocrisy is hilarious to me, because if I get my camera out when you're acting a fool, it's, she has her camera out. Oh my gosh. How hypocritical. You only want your camera when you're trying to get other people, and we're just trying to survive. But you can't stand that camera when you're cussing and saying bad things and treating women derogatorily. So shake your head all you want. But that's you. I just described to a T. So I'm in favor of this and can't wait to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? This is a bunch of poppycock. This is crazy. Yeah, I said it. First, Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina. Clerk Davina, who's responsible for this resolution?
This resolution came from the city attorney's office, I believe, at the request of the vice president.
And Madam Chair, through you to Attorney Kim. Attorney Kim, who's responsible for sending you this resolution? And for what and why?
As Ms. Donahue stated, I drafted this at the request of the vice president.
The vice president?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. I had my suspicions of one or two people, maybe three. You know what? For years, people, the news reporters and different people have come to our council meetings and have set up and have videoed our meetings, okay? Not once did we have any complaints of the tripods being disruptive of our council meetings. Not once. See, you know what? Rather than dedicating time and resources to implementing unnecessary regulations on people who are videoing our council meetings, perhaps the council should prioritize addressing pressing issues, okay, and conducting the business of the city. If that's the case, then Paul needs to take his contraption down right now, because it's blocking the views of maybe people sitting in back of him. His stuff should be off to the side or all the way back in the back. But it's not. This is not fair. I don't think the people over 810 or anybody that stands over there, what are we going to do when Channel 5 or Channel 12 comes in? We're going to say, oh, you got to go all the way back in the back. They're not going to be able to get footage. And the other thing with this, to me, restricting our people who video our council meetings for whatever reason, you know, we're silencing the residents. We're marginalizing the residents. So I see what's going on. You know, some of the council members, in my opinion, they don't want the residents to be here in the city chambers, in the council chambers. They don't want the residents to come to the council meetings.
Point of
They
order.
don't want the residents to be engaged.
Can we pause her time, please? What is your point of order?
Ms. Winfrey Carter is violating the Robert Rules, which says that you cannot speak to the motives of other council people. And saying that we do not want the residents in these chambers is definitely speaking to the motives of council members.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, please refrain from speaking to motives. Please continue.
Well, I said what I had to say when I said it. But, you know, look, we've never had any complaints from any council members since I've been on this council, and I've been on this council since 2017. We've never had any complaints from council members and or residents about the tripods and people videoing our council our council meetings. So this here is some foolishness. Like I said, this is a bunch of poppycock. This is ridiculous that we're even wasting time on this stupid resolution. I will not be voting to send this to council at all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this resolution?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Have we looked into other municipalities, in Saginaw, Detroit, Mount Morris Township, to see what, do they have designated areas where they have people? I got mixed feelings about this.
Request for information.
Could you pause this time? What is your request?
But does any other municipality have our unique circumstance of trying to make TikToks and make money off of a council meeting? Because I don't know of any other area that does that.
So,
No one's posting Saginaw's meetings and trying to create chaos and money making from crazy. They're not doing that in Saginaw. They're having reasonable meetings.
Request for information.
What's your request? Councilman Pfeiffer, what's your request?
Are you aware that none of that will stop? This resolution is about tripods?
Correct. Thank you. Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
So, I guess I don't have, it's not my call what somebody do with what they record and how they use it. That's on them. I think we need to do some more work on this resolution, do some more research on a resolution and have some discussion. I don't believe that this resolution should have came to special affairs. I think it should have went to committee first, and we could have talked about it, worked on it. For this to come to special affairs now and to have some unanswered questions, I'm not comfortable at this time voting on it at council, but I'll send it to council. I'm not sure I'll vote on it once it gets to council, but if y'all want to send it to council since it failed in government ops, I'll vote to send it to council. Yeah, so I'm done.
Is he done? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? I think this is the only round. Is there anybody else who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I'm totally in favor of it. And a big reason is, when we have individuals that set up tripods, it creates a dangerous situation when you're walking by. When we were over here, and they had the conglomerate of tripods, I almost tripped over the tripod as well as the cords over here. And so I guess now the tripods are over there. I'm on this side of the room, so I don't walk over there. But it's a trip hazard, And then, and it's also on tape, when I was walking, I was leaving my seat, and I was walking into the hall, and media recorder had their camera all in my face. And then I did this. It's recorded. Places have designated places for media. And valid media sources, they have zoom in and zoom out, so they can still capture the footage that they desire. Through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, is there an official YouTube stream?
Yes, there is.
Could you say it again, please?
Yes, there is.
Okay, yes. And is it public or private?
It's public.
Huh?
It's public.
Okay, it's public. So everyone can gain access to this official YouTube stream, correct?
That's correct.
Are people able to see the council people via that stream?
Yes, they are.
Are people able to hear clearly the council people from the stream?
I'm working on that now. The live broadcast, it's not every device, but I think some people are having trouble with their device, but I am working on it now.
Okay,
So,
because
I
I know.
don't want to give any.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to be completely honest. There have been complaints about the sound level. The live broadcasts are coming in. But yes, I think it depends on device, but yes, it is something that I'm aware of and I'm working on.
Okay, because I've heard from residents in the second ward that they watch on the official feed and they see and hear just fine. So with that being said, we have a method for individuals that are not present to participate in the meetings. And unfortunately, you know, if they want to cut, paste, and chop, as they do, like Ms. Worthing was saying, they can do it through this live feed. But places have designated spots for media. And in order to keep members that are utilizing the aisleway safe, it is appropriate to have a set place designated for the media. So we won't have any more dangerous situations than people putting their cameras in individuals' faces. We need a.
Pardon me, can we stop the time, please? Can we please not yell out? Thank you.
That's fine.
Can you please not yell out? Thank you. Continue.
That's fine. We can mock me. But what we won't do, we won't be in the front row. That proves my point. If I walked in front of your camera shouldn't have been in my face in the front row. So if your camera's in a designated area, then you don't have to worry about me walking in front of your camera. You have to worry about any council person walking in front of your camera because you won't be in the way. So with that being said, we're going to move on to this part. I heard Councilman in the 8th Ward talking about transparency in terms of having the camera. Well, that camera wasn't too transparent when you were accusing us of calling you a racist and footage still had been produced. When you were saying that we called you monkey in the middle and that accountability camera still didn't produce that footage.
Please pause the time. What's your point of order, Mr. Pfeiffer?
What does any of that have to do with tripods?
Please continue, Dr. Lewis.
It's fine, and I'll clap to it too, because that accountability camera that you own that was right there was supposed to be recording, I guess, all that information. And so when you speak on transparency, we're talking about transparency with your device that was sitting on a tripod. So that's exactly what it has to do with it. And the fact that your device sitting on that tripod.
Please pause. What's your request for information, Mr. Pfeiffer?
This resolution is because of my camera?
Please continue, Dr. Lewis.
Right. I mean, definitely not what we're talking about. We're talking about what we're saying. We're talking about tripods. Your tripod was in the middle of the floor when you were supposed to be being transparent. And so when you talk about transparency, I go back to that. And so the tripods that were stationed here, as you say that right now we're creating a situation that is not transparent, your tripod was not here for transparency. So no one having their tripod here is not going to bring any more transparency or accountability to what happens here. Hence the person that said that we called you monkey in the middle. So having this designated spot for the press as well as for all cameras on tripods is a safe and effective way to bring order in these chambers, and I totally support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I think the only people left are the 4th Ward councilperson and myself. Would you like to take your time, Ms. Priestley?
Sure, I'll take a couple of seconds.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. You have the floor.
One of my biggest concerns has been that the group over here in the corner was actually recording behind our city attorney. And we all know that he works on briefs and things during council meetings, and they can videotape his computer. And that is inappropriate. I've also had problems walking down the aisle over here where there's been tripods, so that I don't have to go down the center aisle. I like to get out so that it's not as disruptive, especially if it's during public speaking. So I don't have a problem with moving the cameras to the back of the room. Not at all. Does this need work? I would say that, giving the opportunity for people to get their property, their possessions, if they are asked to leave the meeting, would be fine. I have no problem with that. Come back after the meeting's done, get your stuff and go. But I really think that part of it is a safety hazard. We have had aisles blocked on the side. Right now there isn't. But something's got to give, and we got to maintain privacy for our city attorney, and we have to maintain safety in the aisles.
All right, seeing as how everyone has had an opportunity to speak, I will take my time to speak. I have no problem whatsoever saying that I was the one who requested this. I requested this for multiple reasons. I don't know if we recall, one of the reasons that Paul took it upon himself to move himself was because he had long cords and stuff that kept obstructing over there, and people were complaining that they were tripping over his cords. So Paul put himself at the back of the room. We didn't have to ask Paul to be courteous and get out of the way, get out of the aisle. There were multiple complaints about Paul's equipment. I'm using Paul as an example since someone else brought up Paul, about Paul having all those cameras right here in the front and how obstructive it was and how much it bothered everybody and everybody couldn't see. Paul did everyone a favor, moved himself to the back of the room. Paul was considerate. When we talk about this side and this side, when people try to walk down the aisles, you often cannot because the tripods are blocking. What we're doing is not unprecedented in American history. There are plenty of places that have dedicated media sections, plenty of governmental meetings that have dedicated media sections. For you all to suggest that a camera in 2024 can't zoom up here and get every nose hair all of us have, that's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Smartphones have all kind of capabilities. You can shoot whole videos. You can shoot whole movies on smartphones. And so for you to suggest that a smartphone's camera can't zoom in and catch whatever's going on, can't zoom in and illegally catch the city attorney's camera, whatever it is whatever it is you want to do with that camera, it can be done. Zoom is a thing. As stated before, we do have our own channel now where people can watch. Nobody's rights are being violated. The problem is the tripods, the cords, and all of that, it becomes a problem. People can't walk up the sides of the aisles. They're obstructed. Same way with people sitting on the windows. Like, come on. This is a professional work environment, and I know you want to keep fighting against it, but we are going to be professional. The reality is the tripods are a problem. We're not saying don't record, you can't record. We're saying there is going to be a dedicated section for you to record, and you'll be just fine with your Zoom features. And if in 2024 your flip phone cannot achieve it, then maybe it wasn't meant for you to do it. But the reality is we need the aisles clear. We need people safe. We don't need things obstructed. We do not need confidential information recorded on people's phones to be done with whatever later point in time. And so the best way, whether you did it or not, is to make sure if you're back there, you absolutely cannot do it. It cannot be done. You cannot record the city attorney's important confidential information. If you are back there, then people will clearly see that there's a space that they know it's a trip hazard. They know that, okay, I might run into a tripod, I might run into some sort of electrical equipment. The bottom line is it's crazy that y'all are upset that we are dedicating a space for you to be able to do what you want to do unobstructed. That is the strangest thing. How dare you give me a space just for me so that I can do what I want to do and record? I don't understand how any of that works. I need you to pause this time, because if we got to keep telling this camera to stop, this corner to stop yelling out, we might have to deal with it now. You don't have to be talking to me. You're yelling out, and I can hear you. If I can, not a back and forth. First warning. Not a back and forth. First warning. All right, so as I was saying, it's really that simple. What we're doing is not unprecedented. Plenty of other governmental meetings, governmental spaces, plenty of other spaces have dedicated media section. I guarantee you ABC 12, NBC 25, Fox, TV5, whomever from a credible news source has no problem with their expensive equipment that comes from that credible news source recording us. They are fine. So with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk, on sending this to, go ahead.
There's 2 rounds. I request
No,
the
it's
floor.
not.
It's a motion to send to council.
Mhm.
There's 2 rounds.
Is there anyone else
Madam
in
Chair.
No, I asked for the floor.
He did ask for the floor.
That's fine.
Is there anybody else in the second round? Go ahead.
What my colleagues don't know is there is no you cannot expect any privacy, and there's no guarantee of privacy as a public servant. So while you may throw this out of, all my colleagues saying it's about TikToks, there is no rule that says that we have any personal space while we are in this facility. And the exception of privacy goes out the window for the city attorney as well. So he has the ability and the wherewithal to cover his sensitive documentation. And in the history of this council, going back decades and decades before this was remodeled and everywhere else, there was no limitations on any media or press.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
But was it also media people trying to record people's laptops?
There is no exception of privacy in this building, in this room.
Continue,
There
Mr.
is
Pepper.
a serious problem with audio, as the clerk just said. That's why there used to be an audio hookup for the channel 12 and 5 so that they could get a clean audio. So moving them to, and that's why they come to the front, because the audio in this auditorium is so bad. That's why they come forward. So moving them in the back even further is a move to hide from accountability. And the council YouTube page or whatever else is about way back there in that little camera, and it's not zoomed in at all. It's like you can't picture who's here sitting in their seats and who's not. So it's ridiculous that this is even a thing when we've went since the history of this council chambers without anything. But all of a sudden, because people are on TikToks or whatever else, because of their decorum or their votes or whatever else, that now tripods are an issue. When they haven't been an issue ever, but all of a sudden they're an issue. It is absolutely amazing on how we want to eliminate transparency, reduce accountability, and hide from the voters and everywhere else. So, Madam Clerk, is there a request or a, because we have requests for people with medical or disability, is there a disability request that a member of the press doesn't have to go back there? Can a member of the press request a medical waiver to have a tripod outside of there?
I guess I'm confused on your question. You're asking if a member of the...
If a member of the press requests a waiver because of a medical condition, is that, are we saying we won't honor any medical or requests from a member of the press?
I guess I couldn't imagine what would keep, if their camera's on a tripod, I don't know why it would be affected by their condition. It's if they're using
I
a
don't
tripod.
know either. I'm just asking, is it a possibility?
I would imagine anything is possible. I don't know how their disability would be affected by putting a camera on a tripod, but.
Well, I don't understand why we can't, as adults, walk around a tripod either, so.
Yeah, but anything, if it comes through as a complaint like that, we would address it with that.
This is just for members of this body to try to hide. That's all this is for. This is pretending that the TikToks are gonna go away.
Madam Chair. You have the floor, Councilwoman Worthing.
Well, I want to state factually what actually has happened, because there were no tripods standing in the way and people, shouting and constantly going on over in this corner before, it's just been the last year. So you're right, it hasn't been a problem in the history of this council, because it's been a problem just for this last year when 810 brought their equipment, and then we've got other people bringing their equipment. It was Maze's crew that was over there, so we had tripods everywhere. That didn't used to happen. There was no one here recording these meetings in the history of this council. And also, decades and decades, we didn't have the equipment decades and decades ago. This is all new stuff. So, yeah, you're right. We didn't have the problem because there was no problem purposefully created before. And it is a hazard. I can't walk down that way. One, there are people there that are purposefully trying to intimidate council members. Not you, because you're on their side. But for the rest of us, they're here to purposely create chaos and intimidate. Not that I'm intimidated, by the way, but that's what you try to do. So we don't need that in a professional meeting. Transparency means your vote and your process is open to the public, and all of that remains. Your problem is that you don't get to cater to those who are on your side. That's all. I don't care about the TikToks. I only bring it up because they're trying to make money off the city, and I find it highly disgusting that someone from Grand Blank's gonna come here and try to make money off my city, and they don't even live here. Yeah, it's disgusting. And
No
you
back
make
and
what?
forth, no
a
back and
cent
forth
a
with the
day?
audience, no back
Poor
and
thing
forth with
can't
the
even make any money doing it. So, I'm sorry, but go.
Point of
sweetie,
order.
You're getting a
What
divorce
is your
because you
point?
can't even
Okay,
have a husband.
Can we please? The audience should not be yelling
Worry
out
about
right
your
now.
home.
The
Worry about
audience
your
should
own
not be
kids.
yelling out right now. The audience should not be yelling out right now. You are yelling
She
out,
talked
and
about
she's
my
responding
kids.
to you all yelling out. Stop yelling out. Everybody, come on now. Nobody talk about anybody's children. Relax. Don't talk about kids.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So take your cameras elsewhere or take them in the back. This is a professional meeting, okay? It's not Jerry Springer. So besides safety, there's no transparency issues here. It's just that no one wants to follow the rules because it would hurt their pennies of income. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Oh, they can't talk. Councilman Murphy.
Point of order.
What happened?
He's continuing to yell out and cuss.
I don't know who he is.
Mr. Kermit Lyons in the white Adidas suit.
Sir, would you please refrain from yelling out? Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
I just think this is something that needs to be discussed in committee and not in special affairs. Special affairs should be if we had some resolutions that we need some unanswered questions. The resolutions go to committee first, then we say, okay, we need a little bit more information. We get that information by special affairs, it come by special affairs, and we move it to council. This resolution came to special affairs first. And here we are spending a lot of time on a resolution that should have came to committee first. So if the spirit is to take this resolution and get it passed, whether I support it or not, let me think about it, let me listen to my colleagues, let me listen to the residents, what they have to say when we trying to designate, and I hear what my colleagues saying about, you know, trip factor and all of that. I just don't think this is the place to discuss this during special affairs. That's my problem with this. And I might got some other issues with it, but right now, I just don't think, I wanna set the president to start bringing stuff to special affairs for the first time to vote on it. So that's where I'm at on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam.
Councilwoman Priestley, I believe I heard you first.
know that we've already voted against sending it to government ops, but I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion again to send to special ops. Government ops.
Can we do
Can we
that?
do that?
We cannot do that,
Can we-
because you
can
tried
we
to do
not do
something
that?
like that earlier. We
All right,
said
That's
I'm
why I
gonna
wanted
make
to
a
start it.
motion
No.
to leave this here in special affairs.
We can't, because somebody else
Madam-
tried to do that earlier.
Point of information, or request for information.
What's your request?
Can you send it to finance?
It's not a finance item.
The only thing you
Or
can do is do what we did the last one, send it to
legislative?
council and send it back.
Legislative?
All right, I'll make a motion to send this to legislative.
And I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, the motion has been made to move to legislative and has been properly seconded by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to the city attorney, wouldn't this also, I would think that this would be an ordinance. Would it be a rule or ordinance?
It's not an ordinance because I don't believe that it would be this body's intention to essentially criminally prosecute people who violate it. So doing it as a resolution because it's basically just a directive of the council for how it wants the city council chambers to be organized. That can be, that's this council
Okay.
is, that would be this council's decision as to
Thank
right now
you.
and could be changed in the future.
Thank you. We're not even enforcing the ordinances. So it really doesn't even matter. And like I said before, this here is ridiculous that we're spending time on this resolution, period. And I agree with my colleague in the 3rd Ward. This didn't even go through governmental operations or any committee. We need to stop circumventing the process. But see, this is what they do. They bring things to governmental operations in hopes that we don't take the time to discuss it and just vote on it. Just rubber stamp it and vote on it. But we need to do the work and we need to discuss this. We need to look at everything involved when we bring resolutions. You know what? This tells me, this resolution spells out lack of focus to the critical issues of this city. We need to be talking about the infrastructure. We need to be talking about public safety. But we in here talking about tripods. How ridiculous.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Isn't the fact that we're trying to avoid people from tripping over tripods, isn't that public safety?
Well, if that's the case, then we need to have Paul to move his contraption because somebody can trip over that tape down there, over there on that floor, over there on that side. How about that? You know, this is ridiculous to even be spending time on this resolution. It's ridiculous that this resolution was brought to council. Focus your time on the issues, the critical issues of this city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? This is to move to legislative. This is the amended motion to move to legislative. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Madam.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I'm not going to keep beating this thing up. This special affairs is a committee. It was brought to this committee because we had a pressing issue, clearly. And we are trying to rectify that issue tonight. So, I mean, I heard our colleagues mention that the council's camera, it don't zoom in on you. Okay, if it doesn't zoom in, you hear the business, And I mean, you can see, a lot of people said they can see just fine. I don't know why you need to zoom in and get in people's mouths anyway, because that's what a lot of the other media people do. They zoom in, leave the camera on you, maybe a little bit like that accountability camera that you called that was sitting right there. We have to, it's not about the zooming in. And we can't keep contradicting ourselves when we talk about accountability. We have a system, let's use it. We're trying to get things in place so we can have order. Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, she mentioned, you know, we should not be on this right now, and she's absolutely correct. We should have been voted up or down and moved on. But you know, I share that same sentiment when we were voting on frivolous appeals. That same energy isn't there when we're talking about the frivolous appeals. When we're appealing rules that are in black and white, that same energy is not there. All I hear is let them speak. Well, let us speak right here in special affairs so we can either vote this up or down. I'm not sending it anywhere else. Everything is really, really, really clear and nothing else to add to it. We are gonna have a designated media section. The media, they will have their tripods back there recording. That's it. Therefore, no one will have to trip, fall, stumble as we are walking past. That's just what it is.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
So you're already saying that we are gonna have a designated spot without a vote?
I'm already saying that was improper. And so I'm not even gonna acknowledge that and move on. Either you're gonna vote it up or vote it down. That's all we're gonna do. And your vote is just gonna signify the safety, our feelings of safety in here. Being someone that walked past the people with the cameras, almost tripped, seeing people blocking the aisleways with their media, having someone put their phone in your face as you walk by, being that person, I'm in full agreement with it, and I'm going to support this resolution. I'm not sending it back. There's nothing else to say. What else are we going to talk about? What are we going to talk? We already said, Channel 5, everybody, they're going to be right back there in the designated media section. But think about it, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't a trip hazard. We wouldn't be here if it was not important to be here. So I hope Mr. Pfeiffer votes yes, so you will agree, so we can go ahead and move forward. Let's go ahead and cast his vote so we can go. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? All right, this is the roll call vote to send this to a legislative committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That moves to legislative.
Point of order.
Sorry, go ahead.
Failed.
No, it failed. I'm sorry, we need 5. I'm sorry, it failed.
Now we're on the vote.
Now we're still in the second round to send it to council. 8, 9, 3, and 4 have already taken their time. 5, 2, and 7 still have time for the second round in council. Is there anybody who would like to take their second round opportunity to speak?
Yes.
Yes.
You've already had your opportunity, but Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have an opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I said, first, this did not go through council. This is not a pressing issue no more than anything else. I mean, this did not go through committee. We got to stop circumventing the process, and we got to start sending things through committee, because that's where we do the work. That's where we do the work. That's where we discuss the issues, not here in special affairs. Special affairs is designed to stop resolutions through to get more information before we vote on the resolution, before we send it to council, not to do the work. So I will not be voting on this resolution. I don't agree with this resolution. And it's not that I'm not concerned about the safety of the residents, but this is ridiculous. This is poppycock. So say what you need to say about whatever, but I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The only person left is 2 and 7. Are you going to take your opportunity to speak?
Madam Chair,
You have the floor.
thank you. Vote it up or down and move on. If you don't agree with it, just don't agree with it. But just, yeah, this is to keep order in our chambers. Unfortunately, we have people that are not for order. We have people that like when people yell out. We like when things are chaotic.
Please pause the time. What's your point of order, Mr. Pfeiffer? Councilwoman in the second ward, please refrain from speaking to people's motives. Continue.
Sure. So, people yell out, some council members don't say anything. Chaos happens, people don't say anything. We have people interfering with the police doing their job. We have people that, we tripods in the way, people recording the attorney. We have, as one councilwoman would say, lawlessness. This is an attempt to get a grasp on this. As we talk about what, Saginaw, Detroit, what they're doing, what they're not doing is this kind of chaotic foolishness that we have employed in these chambers. What they're not doing is attacking council members. What we don't have is them attacking other audience members. What we don't have is the same level of dysfunction. That's what we don't have. Again, this is an attempt to move this council in the right direction, to restore order in these chambers. So individuals that may have a handicap, they may feel comfortable coming into these chambers and not tripping over a tripod or excessive cords on the side of the room. We have people that are not going to have cameras in their face as they're trying to move throughout the chambers. Hopefully this will be a day when residents will not be intimidated and call names, so therefore they don't want to come down here and not practice their democracy. Hopefully this will be that new day. And with this resolution, it is just establishing much needed rules and guidelines needed in these chambers. And I will be remiss not to stand for order and rules and guidelines that are going to guide this body into a new day, because it is a new day on council. Hopefully everyone can recommit to moving this city forward for real, not just in words, but also in deeds. Let's vote for order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing as how everyone has had an opportunity to speak, I will go ahead and take my time. Once again, I noticed we mentioned Paul again, but Paul moved himself. When people were complaining about Paul's cords being a trip hazard, when people were complaining about his many cameras, Paul took it upon himself to move himself. And so now that we're saying what we'll do to make this easier and safer on everyone is we'll just do a dedicated media section, which once again, not unprecedented when you talk about public meetings, not unprecedented when you talk about government meetings. They have dedicated media sections. Again, in the age of smartphones 2024, cameras can zoom in and do any and everything you need them to do. Going to once again reiterate the fact that we do have our own YouTube channel up at this point. And the city clerk, as she said, she's working on the sound. That's cool. I don't foresee any reason why someone with a disability would not still be able to record from back there. That it's wheelchair accessible. You can have whatever you need from back there in that dedicated section for tripods and things alike. If the issue is that we're trying to keep people safe, then cool, let's just go with the option that keeps people safe. We're complaining about seats and things being moved, but we also have to, again, our responsibility is to protect the city. And if we're protecting the city by making sure that any alleged recording is not happening of private documents, the city attorney has a right to sit there. That is his designated seat. He should be able to sit there and pull up whatever he needs to pull up on his computer without worrying about whether or not it is being filmed for whatever reason. These are not unreasonable requests that we're making here. This is not something that's stopping or violating the Open Meetings Act in any way. And so I'm not understanding why there is so much pushback for trying to make sure that people do have a section where they are safe and free to record, where everyone else can walk up and down the side aisles and be safe and not have an issue. I don't know why we're pushing back on safety. I don't know why we're pushing back on private documents not being exploited. I don't understand the pushback for what is right, but I mean, it happens. It happens. And as far as us talking about meetings and things needing to go through meetings or go through different committees, government ops didn't happen because one of my colleagues who said it needs to go through government ops got up and left before government ops could happen. So it's not like somebody's trying to circumvent a process.
Request
you can't
for,
circumvent. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter. What's your request?
Madam Chair, do you realize this was not on the Governmental Operations Committee agenda?
So as I was stating, whether it was or not, you didn't stay for it. And also, we've had 5 months for you to read some rules, and you haven't done that, so I'm not going to believe you sat and read the government ops agenda before you needed to make this argument. And so I just want us to be for real.
I can't
about
read.
what's going. Come on now, not back and forth. You're on my time. Stop interrupting me.
Madam Chair,
you're on
request
my
for
time.
information.
What's your request, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Do you realize I can't read?
I didn't
Thank
say you couldn't read.
I did read it.
You,
Point of
okay,
order.
didn't read or comprehend what I just said. Go ahead. What's your point of order?
That's an improper request for information.
That, I mean, it's fine. She's fine. That's how she felt. That's how she felt. It's fine. So, you know, I mean, she is the expert on when someone's being nasty. So I know she knows she's being nasty right now. As I was saying,
Madam Chair, like you're not being nasty right
absolutely not. I'm talking on my time, which
Do
you
you
keep
realize you're
interrupting.
always
This is not a
nasty?
back and forth, Ms. Winfrey Carter, please. Focus and contain yourself like the adult that everyone else has to be when you're talking and you're not saying something they care to hear. Contain yourself. Everyone else sits and contains themselves and allows you to speak. I don't interrupt you. Please do not interrupt me. You had your time. This is my time. Let me take my time. Thank you. And so this has to go one way or the other. It's not that astonishing, Mr. Dumes, please. We will not put this to a vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. This fails.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman Pfeiffer.
Motion to send 240107 and 240126 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240107 and 241026 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the 4th ward. The councilperson in the 8th ward has the floor.
Through you to the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, is there any conflict that we should be aware of for the Board of Appeals and the Habitat person? Is there any conflict there that could arise?
You're basically asking me to speculate on a whole bunch of things. I think that there's always a possibility. There may be a possibility of a conflict in a particular case, but it's not something that would be
There shouldn't be a general day-to-day conflict?
there shouldn't be a general day-to-day conflict. There might be one in a particular circumstance under which, the same way that like if if you had a business that was
He would
affected
have
by
to
something.
recuse himself the same way?
Right.
Okay.
Same way exactly.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, to send Resolution 240107, Appointment Building Code Board of Appeals, Tom Hutchinson, and 240126, Reappointment of Zoning Board of Appeals, Ramey Yelly, to council.
Ms. Worthing. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Both of those resolutions have been moved to
Motion to
council.
adjourn.
We cannot adjourn. We have a discussion item.
Oh, that's right.
Has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm glad you're paying attention.
Yeah, I'm gonna just vote no.
Ms. Lewis?
Who seconded it?
Yes.
Who seconded it?
It was,
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
I was gonna vote no.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 now. No, the time is now 10:34 p.m. I call the Special Affairs Committee to a close.
Just, discussing the 5-minute discussion item about.
Yeah. And y'all.
Just to get it out the way. All I wanna do is talk
He
about
voted
us
too.
putting together a
He's tired.
resolution to, support.
He's tired.
the
I'm tired.
2 year or 11 years of the Flint water crisis. That's it. And then you can send it to report.
Quincy, you wanna discuss that?
Oh, we're gonna do it on council.
Do it on council? Do you wanna do it before we
Yeah.
get the shit?
I didn't have a note or else
Yeah.
Quincy, or else I wouldn't have seconded it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's okay, I'm ready to get started with the council.
wanna
I
meeting.
mean, but per council rule, discussion go at the end. Yeah, and that's one thing Pfeiffer stood on, so we might as well continue to stand on it.
What was the discussion item? I didn't make a note, I forgot, it's been so long.
The resolution for the 10-year anniversary of the.
Water crisis. Why don't you just, have Bill draw one up?
I'm gonna do that,
And just have,
but I still wanted to talk
all
about it.
right,
Yeah,
just do it.
yeah. And I
Just
wanted
do it.
You guys input, but I think we should take it to committee first.
Well, committee, what you talking about?
Yeah, you think a resolution to,
I only got 2 hours sleep last night, so.
and then I gotta go to work after I leave here. And I called in yesterday because I wasn't feeling, so I couldn't.
You're still not feeling good.
They made me come home Saturday from work.
Because you didn't feel good.
I just,
Call,
ever since I had that surgery, uncontrollable
right,
bowel.
right.
And then when I was at work, it was going off, so they let me come home. And then yesterday, when it was time for me to go to work,
Do you need more water?
I'm good.
That window open helped.
Where?
That was that window, he's got
I
one.
got one. I got
Just
one.
doesn't feel good.
No, I'm good. Thanks, though. So I took yesterday off, and then
Have a good day.
I gotta go to work.
I got 2 hours sleep last night. I'm doing well.
I have never heard somebody sound so insulted in their life.
What happened? I missed?
I'm sorry that happened to you.
What happened?
But I like the laugh. The joy in it.
You sound so disgusting. I am. It's not bad over there. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. I don't live there. Oh, gosh. I live in that world.
Ooh, killed you. All right, so asking for all colleagues to please take their seats so we can get started. All right, the time is now 10:44, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alleman is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing? Present. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. So now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Pfeiffer, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So now we will move on to the prayer or blessing. But before we do that, we would like to honor anyone that may have transitioned. Do we have anyone to honor today? Anyone to honor? Okay, well, hearing none, I would just like to keep in mind individuals from the second ward that may have transitioned really throughout the entire city of Flint. We know that somewhere out there, someone has lost a loved one, and we definitely would like to render our condolences to the grieving. So with that said, we will have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. And so now we will move on to the prayer. Ms. Priestley, would you please lead the blessing?
Sure. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for allowing us to do the business of the city. Lord, you have had your hands on this city for 100+ years. We ask that you continue to put your hand on it and help us to make the right decisions so that we can go forward for another 100 years. Lord, be with all and rest any hearts and minds. And anyone out there who is ill, Lord, put your healing hand on them. And then we pray for your continued blessing. In your precious name, amen.
Amen. The reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. So now, do we have any requests for changes or additions to the agenda? Yes. Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I would like 5 minutes to speak on the anniversary of the Flint water crisis.
All righty.
Before public hearing.
Okay, well, Mr. Murphy, keeping in mind that goes against council rules because discussions are towards the end of the agenda. So I will order it at the end of the agenda without objection.
I object.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to move this 5-minute discussion about the Flint water crisis before a public hearing.
All right, it has been moved and supported by Councilman Pfeiffer. All righty, so I guess we will, any debate on?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's just a brief statement concerning water, the anniversary coming up on April the 25th, and I'll be doing a referral during this 5-minute discussion to send this to either government ops for us to draft a resolution and just to get the council to start thinking about some things.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the first round? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I know this goes against council rules, but since we adjourned the last one, I'll vote to support this, because I know you've been waiting for this.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Mashat?
I'm in full support of my colleague in the third ward and what he would like to do. I feel like 5 minutes is the very least we could do to lend to this discussion, so I will be supporting as well.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and we will vote on placing a discussion item before the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter? Is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? No. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. So now the chair would like to add the discussion after resolutions. Right after resolutions. So I would like to again attempt to order that without objection.
I object.
Okay, that's fine. All right, any other changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Pfeiffer?
I make a motion that we have the discussion after public hearings.
Support.
All right, motion has been made by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Ms. Priestley. And is there any debate? First round? Any debate? Second round?
Again, I support this going as soon as possible, so if public hearings is where it'll land, after public hearings, I will support it.
All right, anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
5 minutes is not a long time just to talk about the anniversary that's coming up, to see how we can support any movement or causes in the city of Flint. Thank you.
All right, anyone else like to speak? Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and state my facts for the record. Again, I order without objection to go at the end. The faster we go ahead and get in here, pass the consent agenda, we can be on to the discussion item. Furthermore, I don't want to, as they say, have unequal treatment under the rules, so I can't vote to go against the rules for your discussion just because you want the discussion. So it'd be more than fitting to go right after resolutions. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Definitely, it's a great idea. But we want to make sure that things are done in order. And so in keeping with these rules, so that narrative cannot be true that others try to paint about us going against rules for quote-unquote allies or colleagues, I want to go ahead and make sure that we stay on target. So that's why I am not voting to have this anyplace else outside of where the discussion is at the end of the agenda. So, all right, with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
After public hearing.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, 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 yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So that discussion item will be placed after public hearings. All right, any other changes to the agenda? All right, no other changes.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
if I may, I do have a question for our city clerk.
Go ahead.
I thought we were supposed to have minutes on this agenda. Can you address as to when those might be coming? My understanding was that we were supposed to have many.
That's correct. I didn't want to put, the minutes that are outstanding from 2023 are from May through December. I have those minutes. I just didn't want to give them to you with 1 day's notice. The minutes that were supposed to be on this agenda would have been the minutes for March 25th. That was a meeting I didn't attend. We had some discrepancies about what should be on there, and all the staff people weren't here, so I decided not to put those minutes on. But yes, the other minutes, I can send them now because there are a lot of sets of them, and that was the holdup for that.
Okay, because we've been in violation of the Opens Meeting Act on this for a while. Thank you very much.
All right, so seeing that we don't have any more change to agenda, we had a question about presentation minutes, so we don't have any minutes from what I just heard. And so now we move on to the public hearing. Public hearing 230466.6, the public hearing about amending council rules. A public hearing on proposed amended rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council. Attorney Kemp, would you like to give a little detail about this specific public hearing to the public body?
Certainly, I'll try to be brief. I think the various issues here have been discussed already by this body. I think everybody in the body knows what's going on here and what is at issue, and I believe also the members of the audience do as well. There are copies of the proposed rules located in the back of the room in case anybody wants to review them closer.
All right, thank you so much. So with that being said, we will now begin our public hearing and open. Excuse me. So with that being said, we will now begin our public hearing and open up the floor to the first public speaker. So the first public speaker on the public hearing about amending council rules.
Marie Arbor, 7th Ward. On April 1st, 2014, City of Flint Emergency Manager Darnell Early issued an executive order cutting public speaking from 5 minutes to 3. Now, nearly 10 years to that day, this council proposes to further reduce the public's voice to a mere 2 minutes. To learn about what other councils allow for public speaking, I surveyed 20 Michigan cities and found that East Lansing, Traverse City, and Bay City allow for 5 minutes. Port Huron 4. Those allowing 3 minutes include Lansing, Saginaw, Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, Grand Haven, Muskegon, Battle Creek, Jackson, Burton, Flushing, Grambling Township, Davison, and Howell. Only 2 minutes are allowed by Detroit and South Lyons, which does allow for wrap-up. Let's consider Detroit for a moment. Its full-time council meets 5 days a week, 10 months a year, and serves a population in excess of 600,000. It seems reasonable that that major metropolitan area might have a 2-minute limit, as it affords speakers 5 days a week at the lectern. However, this council's intent to allow only 2 minutes seems unreasonable by comparison. Solving the problem of lengthy council meetings by placing a muzzle over the mouths of people is not the solution to your problem with time management. All city councils have the responsibility to listen to residents. Restricting comments makes it less likely to hear, understand, and consider different points of view. Likewise, limiting your own council member speaking time could translate to more decisions being made without the transparency required by our democracy. That said, there is no doubt that council meetings should be shortened. Where appropriate, council could consider other options such as 1, start meeting times on time, per the council rules. 2, schedule meetings to start earlier. 3, have the agenda and resolutions in hand by Friday to review before the next scheduled meeting. 4, accept no add-ons after 12 p.m. on Thursday. 5, do what can be done prior to committee meetings and during committee meetings rather than during city council meetings. 6, decide that no meeting will extend beyond 11 p.m. However, if business remains, then conclude that business the following day. Lastly, refrain from making comments that add no substantive value to council business. On behalf of the public, I ask that you maintain public speaking as it is and endeavor to find more effective ways to address time management concerns. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. About them minutes. 1600, Sam. It's been 3 years, he only raised $3 on the people's check, and then in 24, he only raised 50 cents.
Mr.
And
Mitchell,
people's out in the water
Mr.
department-
Mitchell, please,
What?
please stay germane to the public hearing about the council rules. This is about council rules.
The council rules about you making laws as they go. That's unprecedented. You talking that stuff, and we under the Judea law, under Moses law. You got that? You sound like the woman that was held prisoners in that Heil Hitler camp, a basketball player. Stayed so long she came back and she got divorced by her wife and got another one. And all that stuff, and you up there trying to make new rules. Who you think you is? Answer that. Besides an unprecedented, you unprecedented, you see. You got that, and let Miss Washak call the shots, calling all kind of stuff in it, and nobody checking her. And talking about stay humane and all that stuff. And talking about industrial, tearing up the industrial, the woman letting the woman take, we ain't come to the council yet, and let the woman tear them tunnels up over there, Robert T. Longway and stuff, and act like we the people's okie dokie. And talking about she left out of the council to keep the public from, that's a public, you trying to keep the public from speaking. Think you is, Mashak, and talking to the council lady that way, and you walked out again, and all that stuff, and there's no public here to represent Flint, and y'all think y'all is. You up there talking about stay germane. Huh, Jermaine, you want me to get some more, Jermaine, about you in junior high school and talking all that junk, evil lean, junkin' woman you think you is. Talking about put the foot up Dumes' ass with spikes on your foot. That's a big ass to kick. Now take that. How about that, America? Tic-tac that.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this public hearing? Seeing no one else, this public hearing is now closed. So now we're moving on to public hearing number 240082.6, which is a public hearing about obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for 2957 Carr Street. So a public hearing for an obsolete property rehabilitation exemption for 2957 Carr Street by Waterfront Capital LLC. So Attorney Kim, could you please debrief not in the seat. Okay, or Ms. Ash, whomever would like to brief the public on this specific resolution.
We have Mike Zing here from the property owner.
And what's the name?
Mike Zing.
Mike Ling?
Zang,
I'm sorry.
Yes, hi.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, thank you.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I don't think that it's appropriate for them to speak before the public hearing.
Well, this was to brief the audience on what this public hearing is about. That's what they're speaking about.
The staff or council or the attorney should do that.
Oh, it's in the rules that said that the attorney exclusively does that?
It's just never happened before, so I don't.
No, I never seen.
All right, well,
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Mitchell, please hold. Please be seated. We didn't call for the public yet.
Bill, we've done this before? Okay. I withdraw my.
Proceed.
You can come up. So we have the representation for the subject of this public hearing here to brief us on this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just briefly, just tell us pretty much about what this resolution is about, so the public can have an idea of what they're going to speak about. So just briefly, just tell us.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, council member. It is a long day, but first of all, I would like to thank the city various department like the planning department, the building department,
Mr. Zhang.
Point of order. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can't hear.
Yeah, if you could speak a little closer to the mic, please.
Okay, how about now? Okay, so first of all, I would like to say thank you for the various departments in City of Flint. First of all, the city planning department that to assist on this project, and then also the city of building department. They work with us closely, try to get this project moving forward. Now this is related to the applications of the OPIEC. So first of all, there's a little bit history for this apartment complex. It was built in 1968, and it was shut down in 2016. Subsequently, was foreclosed in May of 2017, and then there's a couple of transactions afterward. There's a history on the OPIEC or system as well. Back in year 2000, I forgot the exact year, but that certificate has been awarded for the lakeside apartment. Clear Capital was the owner at that time and hold that certificate. The property was marketed for sale with that certificate. Afterward, Waterfront Capital acquired the property from Clear Capital LLC. Unfortunately, afterward, that OEPIC was revoted afterward. Waterfront Capital LLC has been, the existing owner has been trying to restate that certificate since. There's a various benefit for that 2597 Carr Street rehabilitation. So revitalize the urban area, increase number of residents in the community in which the facility is situated, create employment, increase commercial activity, retain employment, provide more needed residential housing. For the second slide, this shows is the site plan of this existing apartment complex.
Okay, so Mr. Zhang, so what I'm going to do, because we just wanted, like a mosquito mall. Sorry about that. So we just want you to give a brief synopsis so the audience can have an understanding of what they're going to speak about. So I'm going to pause you, and you can utilize your time during the public speaking. So I just wanted to be fair, because I just wanted to make sure that the body knew what you were talking about, and you can get to the specifics during your time.
I just have one more slide, and that's it.
Okay.
Yes, so I have one more slide, and that's it, the last slide. And this is just a general introduction regarding this project.
Okay.
And the last slide, I will talk about, with your assistance of approving the OPI's applications, you help to eliminate another abandoned sites, apartment sites, and bring back a well-located functional apartment complex. All units will be renovated and become livable. You'll have a working plumbing fixture, kitchen door, window, heat, water, and power. It'll be a well-lighted, gated community with a multiple security camera. Once it's up and ready, you'll be accommodate various much-needed community families and individuals. We will have tenant screening for background, and as well as credit check for everyone living in that apartment complex to ensure its safety. I guess that's all for this project. Thank you.
Not a problem, Mr. Zhang. All right, so with that being said, this public hearing is now open. So first public speaker, please. And we want to make sure that we are germane to the public hearing about the obsolete property rehab exemption certificate on Carr Street.
Are you through yet, lady? Are you gonna let me talk? Okay, my name is R.L. Mitchell. About the statement as the guy talked about in 1968. That's all the apartment, all the darkies messed up all the apartments and they tore them down over on Sussex, on Pearson Road, and we just gave the man that got the property, the preacher, the money to take care of the property and do what he want to do with it. And all that junk, and because slum landlord didn't know how to keep the peoples inside of the apartment and kick them all out, and now here we go again to some real estate like this, trying to get back to Flint and put the peoples on okie dokie trip again. Just like you. Or Dr. Lewis, you just one of them in like the 7th Ward with her head down. And the school teacher, look at her, texting while we peoples of Flint trying to get some real house and not no apartment, the more 1968 apartment. Think y'all is. When we fighting for human right, when put a statue out there to let a man to build houses, Stanley had to do that junk. Then you had to stop him for building the houses so good, then he quit on his own. And now we got to build some Vietnam houses right on Saginaw Street because the soldiers still walking around homeless, and he up there caught, and now this dude trying to make some. What's up? Stay tuned, America, and see who else gonna talk about this stuff besides me. Thanks.
All right, anyone else like to speak during this public comment session? Anyone else like to speak during this public hearing section? So no one else? Everyone? All right, so with that being said, this public hearing is now officially closed. So now we will move on to the 5-minute discussion per Councilman Murphy's request. Excuse me, per Councilman Pfeiffer's request on behalf of Councilman Murphy.
Thank you.
Please hold. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues who supported us to be able to talk about this subject. On April 25th, I think we'll be coming up on 10 years with the Flint water crisis. And I want my colleagues to just think about this as we look at possibly drafting a resolution to vote on to address some of these outstanding issues. And I want to go down the list right quick to let you guys know what we are dealing with that we need to still address. One, we got unfinished service lines that we have not completed 10 years later. Two, we have unfinished yard, sidewalks, and streets restoration that we have not completed. Three, we have unknown remaining wind funds that we don't know what we got left. Four, we have unfinished major main lines to be completed that is part of the agreement that we don't know what need to be completed. Number 6, residents is still waiting on lawsuit settlement funds. 7, our water and sewer funds is facing a deficit. 8, in-house in people's homes, water lines is corroded that we have never addressed in 10 years. 9, we had a $5 million, I believe, I could be wrong on my numbers, that Scott Kincaid filed for the illegal water rate increase from the residents that did not
get settled that is still out there. 10, we have a projected probably 20% water rate increase that we probably going to be having to bring up to discuss in the near future in order to try to help bring the cost up, because we haven't raised the water rate since I believe 2015. I could be wrong. So therefore, that's part of the reason why we are dealing with a deficit in our water and sewer funds. But who want to pay for water they can't drink? That's not tap drinkable. The other one, we have just a lot of issues going on with the water testing. And I know Candace Machette, you guys at the Flint Development Center, you guys do water testing. And I'm not sure what that data look like, but we need to look at that data and see some things. So I'm asking if we can draft a resolution to present that is not more symbolic, but a resolution that will address these issues. I'm gonna yield the floor. So my colleague, is that what you're saying? Yes.
I was just stating a resolution that has some teeth to it.
Yes. Yes. So I'm asking if we could, I would like to do a motion to put this on government ops. So I will make a motion to move that we put together and have this as a discussion item on our next.
Request for information. Go ahead.
Let's see, was it?
Mr. Pfeiffer first.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Murphy, I think that you are the chair of government ops, so you can just add it.
Just put it on there.
Through coordination with the clerk.
He's not. It's Ms. Worthing. You had government ops.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
We can put it on there.
So, how we want to do this?
Just put it on government ops.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley, hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yeah, we only have 49 seconds.
And
I
I
would
wanted to
recommend
speak
that
too.
Mr. Murphy go ahead and get with the city attorney and bring a resolution forward that we could discuss at that time. And then we wouldn't have necessarily a discussion item, any time limits. It would be during a meeting, and it would have we can discuss it at that time, and we've got something started, rather than having a discussion item waiting, and then the April 25th date will have been passed if we just talk about it. So if we just bring something forward concrete with the advice of one of our city attorneys, and then we can discuss it on that agenda. And we can pass it right then and there, not have to bring it back, so that it's more timely to the 10-year anniversary. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I mean, I know we have 49 seconds left. I'm not sure if somebody else can have the floor. What we doing here?
Whoa. 1 second, Madam Clerk, you just reset that. Yeah, we should only have 49 seconds for the discussion item, not 5 minutes per person. All right, now go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I'm just trying to understand what specifically my colleague is trying to accomplish. Like what, because we're saying bring something back with some teeth, but what is the something? What is trying to be accomplished?
I want my colleagues to give input on what this looked like. That's why it's kind of hard for me to draft a resolution without input from my colleagues. So I hear what my colleague Judy Priestley is saying, but also, I need to hear from you.
Got you. So 10 seconds left. I know you mentioned the Flint Community Lab. and that testing water. So I concur with everything you're saying as far as we're coming up on 10 years and still having questionable water. That water testing is free for Flint residents, so if we want to include that in the resolution, we can.
All right, seeing that this 5 minutes is up and this 5-minute discussion is now over. So now we will move on to public.
Point of order.
What rules be broken?
There was a motion or something to add this on government ops, so I'm not sure did we get that clear that this is going to be added or not. So
Point of information.
Yeah.
Eva can order that.
But we didn't get
She
it
ordered
done
it?
while
Okay.
she ordered it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so now it's time for public speaking. First, public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Melissa Zamsky is not in. Marie Arbor. No one to speak. R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. My name is Johnny Cash. Just for the moment, since my name is R.L. Mitchell, but since at the last meeting y'all were talking about these cell phones, just this past Saturday, I found out through the telly, through the little cell phone, this little young white girl always wanted me. I go to this Starbucks private place, coffee place every day, and she always wanted to take a video with me. She always jumped off the porch and have her little friends to video that. She said she got her own, but she had to go to the doctor, and the doctor gave her 3 months to live if she don't take this operation. She came back, and she said, Mitchell, I got 30 more years to live thanks to my operation, she said. But in the meanwhile, she said, Mitchell, I want to tell you something. You got your own TV show. I thought the woman was playing, and she took me in the private room back there, and she showed that I was, TikTok had made a Take That. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Since y'all talking about the cameras, y'all interrupting with my money. Whoever's talking about but she is supposed to learn me how to get the money, but people was calling her. They said, man, keep your hand up that girl. Today they was meant, like people's like you people's in here always trying. But she said, and then another white girl, Irish girl, go to my house. She said she got a 10-year-old son, and she be taking pictures. He gonna make a video. I said, wait a minute, don't tell me no more. I done got the cash free. I couldn't even must go to church right Sunday, I think, since I'm glad I don't know how to work a video phone. They said, all you gotta do is work the video. Now where the people's going out? She the one the first, all of them going. Remind me of when I was in the church, a storefront Church of God in Christ. They all go out one by one. It'd be about 3 people's left over on St. John Street. I couldn't understand that. So I just fall asleep, went to the preacher, hurry up and and then when I get up, my foot be sleeping out. And even the preachers was laughing. All that junk. I was only 7 years old. I remember that stuff on saying. All these in the school teacher youngins and stuff. But like I say, I'm Johnny Cash. But I don't know. The people's over in Baghdad, they see me talking that illiterate stuff, they'll kill you. You know, over there in the Middle East, the infidel, because you don't know how to run your own cell phone to get your money, you're supposed to be dead. That's why when Trump get back in the office, he's going to kill them all. Take that, America. Take that and put that on TikTok. All that junk.
All right, next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sonia Akins. Not in.
Kentucky. Whatever that means.
Miss E. Taylor. Not in. Doug Matthews. Not in. Rich Jones. Not in. Liberty Bell. Not in. Audrey Muhammad, not in. James Moore, not in. AC Dumas, not in. And the last speaker is Lana Terry, who is not in.
All right, so seeing that that was the last public speaker, now it's time for council response. Ms. Priestley?
Sorry, I forgot council response.
All right, so Ms. Priestley, would you like to respond?
Nope.
All righty, anyone else would like to respond? Seeing that we have no one else to respond, I'll be the last to do so.
You're the only one.
Right. All right. Thank you to everyone that spoke, and we're looking forward to getting out of here as soon as possible. So, go ahead.
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, the motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Any
Support.
support? Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'd like to separate 240082.1 and 230466.2.
2400.
Yes.
What? Can you? Page 3?
The
Oh, I
first one,
passed
the
it.
first one on page 3.
I passed it, sorry.
And then, 8.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, hold on, you said page 8, is that 2404662?
Yes.
All right, any more? Any more? Page 8, 2304666.2. Is the rules, second from the top. No, 2304666.2. The third from the top. Give me the second from the top. On page 8. All right, your page 8, you go to the top, read 22. The rules.
No, 8.
The rules, page 8, 2304666.2. Oh, no, and then on page 3, the very first resolution, 240082.1.
I don't remember ever sending that one to council.
Any more separations? Any more separations? All righty. So hearing that we have none, we will move on to, did you say hold on? All righty. So, so the consent agenda will include everything with the exception of Resolution 2400082.1, as well as Resolution 230466.2. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on the passing of the consent agenda.
Excuse me, Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I move 240082.1 for approval.
Support.
All right, it has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Priestley. Any debate?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. I asked Mr. Zhang, is it Mr. Zhang?
Yes.
I asked him to stick around. I wanted to find more out about the project. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Zhang.
come up to the
You can come
podium.
up. So, Mr. Zhang, we're trying to figure out exactly what this property was. So these are apartments that are currently vacant, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and there was a question, are these gonna be for veterans or for anyone?
It'll be for everyone.
For everyone?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry? Are they gonna be market rate, or are these gonna be Section 8? What are they gonna be?
That we have not determined.
Well, I guess why wasn't it, what do you mean it hasn't been determined? Because these are in the 3rd ward, correct?
I'm not so sure exactly which
Yes.
ward it is.
Point of information.
It is.
Mr. Pfeiffer, and the new ward boundaries that has it in the 4th, in the 3rd ward, it used to be in the 4th. Prior
So-
to it's right on the boundary between
So it's in the
3rd and the 4th, but it's
where
in
does
the,
it-
it's in the new 3rd ward.
The new 3rd ward doesn't take place until
Right,
2026.
so it's actually in the 4th ward right now, I
Okay,
guess.
okay.
See, that's where I represent them.
Yes, okay. And how much are you planning to invest in this property?
Well, the exact figure you'll be still wait to be seen. Right now, the number that we have is just the estimate number because
What's that estimate?
that's about 450,000.
And how many total units are there?
About 40, either 42 or 44, something like that.
So roughly $10,000 per unit?
Right, that's the number that we put in right now.
So are you just doing a light rehab on all of them?
Would be make it functional, whatever that it need to take. But we do have the detailed drawing that we work closely with the city to whatever the city require, the latest building code.
And when do you plan on starting the project, and when will they be ready for residents?
So we plan to hit start it once this got approved, and then we hope that by the end of next year somewhere, we'll be able to get it ready.
Okay. Because I recall either Emily or Ms. Sparks Green saying that these were going to be for veterans. I remember that clearly. Was that on your application somewhere?
There's a meeting minutes that talk about veteran and the senior, but that was previous variants. I'm sorry because I do not have a really clear documentations. I just have a photocopy of that meeting minutes, so it might be misled.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions other than, do we have a dollar amount in here on which the taxes would, I'm sorry? Yeah. I'll wait for my second round to ask.
Somebody go get Scott Kincaid. He'll beat him up real quick. Beat him up steady.
I'll yield my remaining time.
Madam Chair.
Is that the councilwoman in the 9th ward? Go ahead, councilwoman 7th ward.
There's far too much pertinent information missing for me to be able to vote on this amongst, there's some of the questions, and Councilman Pfeiffer asked some of the questions that, I was kind of talking out of turn asking too, but, I need more information than what is provided. I do want to know if it's going to be market rate or if it's going to be mixed income, because then that affects, if they do go after funding later and we are giving them tax breaks or whatever. And I want to know how much the taxes would be on this property. And those two are very important to me though, and that's going to matter for my vote. So thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you so much. So this is either in my ward or Judy Priestley. It's in my ward now, far as the new boundaries. The old boundaries, you will still be in Judy Priestley ward. So I put this out on the Rollingwood page that you guys were having a public hearing today to discuss this. For anyone that may be watching live that live in this neighborhood, one of the issues that they had with those particular apartments, I'm not sure what you know about the history of those apartments, but it was kind of drug infested. So our concern, will you have security out there? How is the management of these apartments will take place? Will you come, do you live here or are you from out of town?
I'm out of town, but
You live out of town?
yes, I do. But
Who will be managing these apartments?
right, so local manager will be hired, and we usually for apartment complex like that, our on-site manager will be selected. So the manager.
On-site manager?
Yes, so we would prefer to have an on-site manager that live on that apartment complex, and it's a gated community with a security camera.
You say security camera?
Yes.
But no security at all?
For
those apartments, because this is one of the concerns is you guys will rehab these, and some of their fear, I'm not saying everybody, some of their fear is that they don't want to see it become drug infested where addicts come and take over, and then their neighborhood back infested with people with addictions. And I know people with addictions need help, but what I don't want to see is a landlord or owner come from out of town and come and rehab a house or some apartments, and we have issues over there, and we really can't get in contact with a face-to-face because you guys are out of town somewhere and we don't have no way of contacting y'all, and we done supported this Oprah that you guys are requesting, and then here y'all, we don't hear from y'all, see y'all, and that's one of my concerns with this property. When you were speaking, I really couldn't hear what you were saying, so I'm gonna have to do I have been doing some research on what it is that you guys are trying to do, but I really couldn't hear you when you were speaking, and I guess that's what the residents be saying when I be speaking. They can't hear me neither, so I'm getting it back.
Okay, so I totally understand your concern, and I believe that we have many years, more than 20 years of experience managing property, and I do understand that that is totally a concern when there's out of town, we are not living locally. But the key is like to have a local manager in here, in the city of Flint. And actually, what's most important is that we're gonna have someone that will be live on site, so they can not only we have the security camera, but they are there day and night. And we also are not tolerate anybody with any kind of substance abuse. So we do.
So do you guys got guaranteed secure funding to get started to work on these, or are y'all waiting and we're gonna approve something and we'll have to be waiting on you guys to get funding?
No, so we are waiting for the resolution on this agenda. Once this one is approved, then we can move ahead. We already have investor.
So you guys do not have secure funding yet?
No, we do have investor that is interested in moving forward. Yes, we do.
Y'all have something in writing that the money is there for y'all to get started?
Right. That's why last time when they talk about when we can get it completed, and we said sometime next year.
Because I don't want to see us approve something and then we don't see no movement.
No, that's not the case. There's a deadline.
When are you guys projecting to be completed?
I believe we sometime next year in October and November timeframe. Next year.
Next year around
like October,
January?
October 15.
And, anyone else would like to?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So attached to the resolution is Economic Development Commission minutes, as well as the Zoning Board of Appeals minutes. And and I'm reading the minutes, the commissioners seem to have the same concerns that we are asking about right now, and that the ZBA board feels that having it renovated will solve some of the security issues and the vagrant issues and all of that. And of course, that should handle it because it will be occupied. And so based on what I'm seeing in their applications, I am all in favor of getting more housing units. It does say in here, I think, something about, I've just read it, was about the veterans, that there was supposed to be veterans. Let me see. I'm just trying to glance really
Point of
quick on it.
information.
Oh, here he goes.
Is the council person in the 4th Ward?
Wait a minute, you was not acknowledged. Who was it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so was that a point of information?
Yes.
So what is your request for information?
Okay, is the councilwoman in the 4th Ward aware that they're trying to make a variance to have it zoned from it being for seniors and veterans, because it's currently for seniors and veterans, to have it opened
Yep,
up for everybody?
I'm reading that now. That's why I saw the.
Okay.
I saw the word veterans. It's page 18.
Page 18.
Of the PDF. So, you know, I'm all for redevelopment, and we, especially in that area, I'll consider it shared with Mr. Murphy. We definitely need good housing in that area. So I'm not having a problem with this. We have apartments being renovated on the corner of Averill and Richfield Road that are looking really good, the ones that are complete. And I would love to see, I've been in this when I worked for the Census Bureau as doing the American Community Survey. Yeah, I would love to see this renovated, and I think it would make it safer for the residents in the area, and especially the trailer park behind there. So.
Thank you very much, Judy.
Thank you.
So saying that, we do see there's a beautiful property, and it's kind of a waste to have it abandoned. Yes, thank you.
right, anyone else would like to speak in this round? Anyone else like to speak? Seeing no one, I'll be the last person. So I have a question, and seeing that I am a big proponent of neighborhood associations, are you going to have homeowners association within this development?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand your questions. What-
Okay, so are you going to establish a neighborhood association / homeowners association to keep a lot of these issues at bay that I hear my colleagues are referring to? Because from my experience, I've noticed that when you have an active association, homeowners or neighborhood association, it eliminates, or I'll say it really deduces the vagrancy, you know, the lack of regard for property. I'm not sure, are these going to be rental, or are these going to be own, you know, purchase, or are these going to be both rent and own? What's the vision?
I believe it will be a rental apartment. To be talking about the home association or the neighborhood watch, I did personally oppose to all the neighbor around that property. We have a good discussions about, you know, what do they want to see. We exchange like contact information. If they have any question, have any issue, they can get a hold of us. So it's not, so we are kind of working as a group. I mean, we know each other from the neighbor around there. The main thing is like we want this place to come back and then, you know, kind of coexist with the rest of the neighbor. And we want to make it into a safe place, because right now it's vacant. People can go in down there, do whatever they want to do. But if you have people live on site, and then if people coming here illegally, you know, there's an eye and ear all around. So that place will come back fully.
Okay, and just wanna, I'm looking and it says, in the notes section, it speaks on 50 parking spaces. How many units again?
I think it's 44.
44, okay, so yeah, that's a nice. So just one of my suggestions, is definitely not a prerequisite, but our goal is to make sure that we have involved communities. So I think that within your development, it'd be a great idea to consider, you know, starting, you know, a neighborhood association within the group of neighbors that you're trying to put together, because I think that'll make your development thrive and not fail. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The neighbor that we talk to each other. We exchange phone number, and the first thing is like we want to make sure that, you know, there's no trouble that bring to the neighbor. That's why we change the phone number, and then we talking to each other.
Okay, yep. So so it's great that we talked, but yeah, it'd be awesome if you all establish something formal, because it has been the precedent set in this city when neighbors unite and when they work together for a better neighborhood, you have a better outcome.
Yes.
And this is an investment for you. So I trust you're not before us to lose money. I trust that you're not trying to redevelop these things just to have people tear them up.
No,
Absolutely.
definitely.
So yeah, so that's just my thoughts on that. So with that being said, we're moving to the second round of discussion. Anyone in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
How many bedrooms in these apartments?
Most of them are one bedroom. Most of them. I think there's only a few that's only two bedroom, but most of them are one bedroom.
Most of them one bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So asbestos, because they've been shut down, are you gonna get it tested? The pipes changed out plumbing wise? What is your plans for that?
So everything will be goes through renovations. Most of the units are vacant. So you'll be cleaned out, you know, top to bottom. The floor will be changed out, you know. all those will be, once it's ready, it will look like fresh new.
Okay.
All right. All right, anyone else in the second round? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Through you to the city attorney. This won't bypass any codes, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
So approving this won't exempt them from any codes or any rental codes?
I'm not aware that it would, but I'd have to look into that question. I really don't know.
And I know that the Zoning Board of Appeals had conditions that they put, and that I can read in the meeting minutes, of cameras and being fenced in and gated. How do we enforce that?
That actually, as a matter of fact, that has been architecturally drawn and then work with the city building department, and they have reviewed it. Is in drawing. So, and the gate, all those things, all those are in detailed architecture drawing. So it has been implemented in the drawing.
And Mr. City Attorney, this is for only 4 years. That is expandable. Is that a correct statement?
Again, I'm not really familiar with the specifics of this. That would be a question for planning and development.
All right, I'll yield.
All right. Anyone else like to speak in the second round? Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and call for the vote for Resolution 240082.1, the approval of the obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for 2957 Carr Street. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
I abstain for now. I'll probably come back before roll call is over.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to change my vote to yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
So the vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240082.1 passes. Now we're on to Resolution 230466.2.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve 230466.2.
All right, is a motion to approve? Any support?
It's discussion after motion.
Um,
Oh,
I thought we were making amendments and everything. The clerk wanted it sent back to government ops.
I'm sorry.
No, I just, that's what the,
That's what you want to do? Okay, excuse me, Madam Chair, I want to clarify my motion, send back to government ops.
Support.
all right, it's been moved and properly seconded by, was that Councilwoman in the 7th Ward?
No, 9th.
Oh, 9, all right. So, and this is going back to government ops, so any discussion on this?
No, let's just discuss it.
Go ahead, Councilman Shep.
Yes. So,
Excuse me, Councilman Murphy.
So, I requested some changes. The one, I think it was 3 changes. Are those changes prepared to be distributed? Those, the changes was moving the 2 minutes back to 3 minutes, moving the, first round from You guys moved it to 2 or 3 minutes. I moved that back to 5 minutes. And also, the second round, 3 minutes.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is the speaker aware that we're gonna make these changes in governmental ops?
Yes, but I'm thinking maybe if we can do those changes now, that will be ready for government ops.
Request for information.
Yes.
I think, don't you think it would be better if we just all collectively sent them to the clerk, and then we can go over it in government ops? And then she could consolidate if there's duplicates?
Because we may be asking for the same change.
100%. That's what I'm saying. If we just all collectively send them to Davina, and Davina.
I think I'm prepared tonight to do the amendment.
Nobody is prepared tonight, Mr. Murphy.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
we-
good,
you
'cause
missed all the
I
discussion.
gotta go to work anyway.
You
so
don't feel good enough to go to work.
I
You need
gotta
to
be
call
at
in
work.
sick.
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. All right.
Any other discussion? Right, so seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and use my last time. Attorney Kim, did you have something to say?
I was just going to say that, to kind of answer Councilmember Murphy's, I'm happy to send the language that I drafted for those amendments to him and to Davina. And I would, also be willing to do that for any other council member who had proposed changes they wanted to draft to keep a consistent style.
Oh, request for information.
Through who? Because I have the floor.
Yeah, no, to you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we all have the same version that we're working off of. Is there only one version?
Yeah, that was included in special affairs.
Well, I got a different one from Davina because the special affairs one was, and I just want to make sure it's the same one.
Oh.
Is there only one, Mr.?
Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I just gave you the nice, clean one, but
It
they
just
haven't
looks
been-
thicker than the other one, so okay,
Yeah,
good.
it's
Okay.
just probably a different font or something.
Oh, it's one-sided, never mind, okay.
Alrighty, so, yeah, you can start my time, Davina, please. So looking, at this, I'm not interested in sending back to government ops. Why can't we just leave it in special affairs?
Because nobody wants to speak.
Cause,
We're done.
excuse me?
We're done.
We have changes to make, and we can't do that in special affairs.
Oh, you can't make any change in special affairs?
There's a lot.
There's a lot of changes that we have to make?
There's several. One that didn't make sense about that breaking quorum. We gotta get it right. And we're too tired right now. It's like almost midnight, so.
I'm not able to think anymore.
All right, yeah, well, so I'm not saying that we have to, I mean, to me, this is just going backwards to another committee that may not be called. So my question is, since this is a special item that we must get handled, why don't we just revisit this, leave this in special affairs? I don't understand why we're going to send it back with the probability of not even having the meeting. Why don't we just leave it here? Why do we have to send it somewhere else? So that's my question. That's why I won't be voting to send it back. So it'll be at the pleasure of the body. So we will call for a second round. Anyone else in the second round? Okay, well,
Madam
thanks,
Chair.
appreciate that. So hearing that there's no second round, I will go ahead and call for the vote to send the rules back to government ops. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Motion to adjourn.
Wait a minute, ma'am. So that resolution has been sent to government ops. Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Supported by Councilwoman 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. 11:58 adjourn.
Judy.